Hi everybody, welcome to Live Blogger. I have combined all the videos in our web design tutorial series into the single long video so that it's easy for you to follow. Now in this video we'll see how to design this website from scratch using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And then in the end I will also show you how to convert this design into a Blogger theme, and I will also leave the link of the source code in the description of this video. So let's get started. From this video, we're going to start a series where we're going to design this complete homepage from scratch using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now this is the first video of the series where I'll just show you the demo of the product that we're going to build. So this is how it looks. This is the desktop version. This is the nav bar on the top, and we have this hover effect for these links, and then we have this button over here. And then we have this hero section, and we have this image on the right side where we have this background color effect, and we're going to create that using CSS. So we have this hover effect for the image as well. And we also have this gradient color for this text, which you can see in the latest web designs. And if you scroll down, we have this featured section where we have some logos. And then we have this section where we have a simple horizontal layout. And then we have another section where we have the services displayed. And we also have this hover effect for these services. And if you scroll down, we have another section. And we have this accent color added as a background for this section. And let's scroll down, and we have another section for the articles. And if you notice this nav bar, we can see that it has this glass effect, so we can see the background elements through the nav bar. And here we have these articles, so we have the same hover effect for this as well. And we have a button for viewing all the articles. And then we have this contact section, and then lastly we have the footer. And we also have these hover effects for these social media icons. So this is how this homepage looks for desktop version. And this is also completely responsive. So if you decrease the width of the browser window, this is how it will look on smaller screens. So for tablets, this is how it will look. So we can see that the services are displayed 2 services in a row. And this is how it looks. And let's take a look at the smartphone version. So this is how it will look on a smartphone. We have a completely different layout, and we don't have the menu items displayed over here. We can click on this menu icon and they'll be displayed. And then we have this section displayed one below the other. So we have all the services displayed one below the other. And for this section also we have the vertical layout. And then we have the articles displayed one below the other, and we have all these input fields displayed one below the other. And then for the footer also we have a different layout. So this is what we're going to build from scratch using HTML, CSS and JavaScript in this tutorial series. Right here I have created this folder called app dev homepage, and I just opened it with VS Code. And I also have this folder called images where we have all these images which we're going to use in our design. So let's start by creating the necessary files. I'll just create a new file called index.html. And let's create one more file called style.css. And let's create one more file called main.js. And let's start with the index.html file. Now in VS Code, you can just type exclamation and press tab, and you'll have this basic HTML5 code. Now here for the title, let's type welcome. So this title will be displayed at the top over here. And then let's link our style.css file. So let's type link and press tab. And here in the href, let's type style.css. And we will link the JavaScript in the body. So let's type script:src and press tab. And here let's type main.js. Now the first thing we will do is we'll create a container division. So if you take a look at our website, and if we zoom out a little bit, we can see that all the content is displayed inside a specific max width. So for that we're going to create a division, and we're going to call the division container. So let's create a division with the class of container. And in that we will create this nav bar. So for the nav bar, let's create a nav element. And in the nav element, we need to have the logo on the left side. So let's create a division with the class of logo. And in that, let's create an anchor tag. And here, let's type logo. You can add the logo of your website over here. You can also add an image if you like. You can just add an img tag and add the source of your image over here. I'll just type logo for now. And then the next thing we will do is we'll create these menu items. So let's go outside this logo division, and let's create a division with the class of menu items. And in that we will have all these anchor tags. that we see over here. So let's create an anchor tag, and you can add the link of your about us page over here. I'll just type hash for now, and here let's type about us, and we need to have 3 more links and 1 button. So I'll just duplicate this 4 times, and for the second one let's type services, and for the third one let's type blog, and then we have contact us, and then lastly we have this button with the text of learn. Now since this is a button, we need to style it differently, so let's also add a class over here called btn. So that's basically it with the HTML of the navbar. Now let's go ahead and style this. Before that, let's open this in our browser and let's see how it looks. So I have this extension called live server installed in VS Code. So once you have this installed, you can just right click over here in the HTML file and click on open with live server. And here we can see that our content is displayed in the browser. Now let's go ahead and style this and make it look like this. So let's go to our style or CSS file, and first of all, let's import the fonts that we see in our website. So we are using a font called Inter in our website. So let's get the font from Google Fonts. Right, so here I'm in fonts.google.com, and let's search for Inter. And let's select this font, and let's click on Get Font. And here we have the link that we can add to our HTML or CSS. So let's click on Get Embed Code, and you can add it in HTML or CSS. If you want to add it in the HTML, you can just copy this link and add it to your head section. I'll just add it to the CSS. So let's go to the import, and let's copy this import from here, and let's paste it over here. So the fonts have been imported. Right now, the next thing we will do is we will add some reset styles. So let's type asterisk for selecting everything, and we'll also select all the before and the after elements. And here let's type box sizing border box, and this will make sure that we have the correct height and width for all the elements. And now the next thing we will do is we'll create some variables for the colors, so that if you want to later change the colors, we can do that by just changing in one place. So we will access the root, and here let's create a variable called dark color, and let's add this hex code of 1A1423. So this is the dark color that we have. And let's create one more color called light color. And for the hex code, let's type FDFFFC. And let's add an accent color. And for this color, let's type 7161EF. So this is the accent color. So we have all the colors created as variables. Now if you want to change the colors, you can just change it over here in one place, and it'll be changed in all the sections of our website. Now the next thing we will do is we will target the body, and we'll remove the default margin that we have. So now we can see that we don't have any margins. Now here in the body, let's also select the color. So let's set the color to var dark color, and the color of these anchor tags are not changing because we need to specifically target that. So let's go ahead and type A, and let's set the color to var dark color. And now we can see that the color of the anchor tags have changed. Now for the anchor tags, we also don't want to have the underlines. So let's go ahead and type text decoration, and let's set it to none. And now we don't have the underlines. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will style the container. So for the container, we need to have a max width set, and we also need to bring it to the center horizontally. So here we can see that we have created this division with a class of container. So let's target that. Let's type dot container, and let's add a max width of 1200 pixels, and let's bring it to the center by typing margin inline, and let's set it to auto, and let's add a padding of 0 top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. And now we can see that the content is having a max width, and we also have the content centered horizontally. Now let's also change the font family of all the elements. So let's go over here to this asterisk selector, and here let's tap font family, and let's set it to Inter and sans serif. So now we can see that the font has changed. Now before adding the styles for the navbar, let's also add some more common styles. So we will style the btn class. So here we can see we have this btn class. So here let's go ahead and type .btn. And for the button, let's go ahead and add a background color of var accent color. And let's set the color of the text to var light color, and let's go ahead and type padding, and let's set it to 8 pixels top and bottom, 32 pixels left and right, and let's set the display to inline block so that if we add some margin top or bottom, it should be added to this button because it is an anchor tag, and by default anchor tags are set to display of inline. And let's also set the font weight to 500, and this is how the button looks. When you hover over this button, we need to change some styles, so we need to change the color of the button. So let's type .btn:hover, and let's set the background color to a darker color, so let's type hash 5947DE. Here let's also type transition all to 300 milliseconds ease so that we have this smooth transition for the hover effect. Now we need to create other button styles also, like this outlined button and also this light button, but we'll do that later. Let's go ahead and start with the styling of the nav bar. So let's go ahead and add a comment. I'll just type nav bar. So let's target the nav, and first of all we'll set the position to fixed so that even if we scroll down, the nav bar should still be there at the top. Let's type display of flex and justify content to space between so that the logo is on the left side and the other content on the right side. We'll also align them vertically, so let's type align items to the center. Now since we set the position to fixed, we don't have the correct width for the element, so let's type left of 0 and right of 0, and let's add a max width of 1200 pixels, and let's also bring it to the center. I'll just type margin inline auto, and now we can see we have the correct width. Now let's go ahead and add a z index so that it is above all the other elements, and let's set it to 5, and let's add a padding of 16 pixels top and bottom, 32 pixels left and right. Now we need to add this glass effect, so for that let's go ahead and type background, and let's set the color to RGBA 255, 255, 255, and for the opacity let's type 0.8, and then we need to type backdrop filter, and we need to set it to blur, and let's type 10 pixels. And for other browsers, let's also type --WebKit backdrop filter, and this should be blur, not blue. And let's also add a box shadow, so let's type box shadow 0, 8 pixels, 42 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0, and 0.1. And here we can see we have this box shadow. Now for these menu items, we need to add some space in between. So let's target the element. We have this class of menu items. So let's tap nav menu items, and let's set the display to flex, align items to the center, and let's set a gap of 40 pixels between the elements, and let's set the font weight to 500 as well. Now when we hover over these menu items, we need to change the color. So let's tap nav menu items a:hover, and let's set the color to var accent color, and now we can see we have this hover effect. And here also we have the change in the color, so let's revert the color for this button. So we can go ahead and type nav menu items btn:hover. So when we hover over the button inside the nav bar, we need to keep the color as the light color, and now we can see that everything looks alright. Alright, now the last thing we need to do in this nav bar is style this logo. So let's go ahead and type nav logo, and let's set the font weight to 700, and let's set the font size to 18 pixels, and this is how it looks. We can go ahead and remove nav from here, so we can use the logo styles in the footer as well. So this is our nav bar, and with that we have completed designing the nav bar of our website. Right here I'm in the source code of our website, and let's go ahead and write the HTML of our hero section. So let's go to the HTML file, and let's go outside the nav element, and here I'll just create a comment. I'll just type end of nav bar, and let's create a header for the hero section. And in this header we need to have two sections, one for this content on the left side and one for the image. So let's create a division with the class of left. And in this left division we need to have an h1 for this text, so I'll just copy this, and let's create an H1 and let's paste it over here. And then we need to have a subheading, so I'll just copy this and let's create a paragraph tag and let's give it a class of subheading and let's paste the text over here. And then we need to have these two buttons that we see over here. Now for these buttons we're going to create a container division, so let's create a division with the class of buttons, and in this we'll create anchor tags for the buttons, and let's create a class and let's give it a class of btn. And here for the first button let's type learn more, and let's duplicate this button over here, and for the second button we need to type contact us, so let's type contact us over here. Now this button is a little bit different, we have a different styling for this button, so let's add one more class over here, and I'll just add a class called outlined and we will style it in the CSS. And then on the right side we need to have the image, so let's go outside this left division, and here let's create a division with the class of right, and let's add an img tag over here, and here let's type images/hero image.png. And now if you go back to our website, this is how it looks. We have all the content displayed. Now let's go ahead and style this using CSS. So let's go back to our source code, and before going to the CSS we also need to add this background color that we see over here. So for that we need to add a class, so let's go outside this right division and let's create a division with the class of bg color, and we'll just leave the division blank and we will style it using CSS. So let's go to style.css file and let's start adding the styles. Now before adding the styles for the header, let's go ahead and add some common styles. So let's add some styles for all the images, so let's type img, and for all the images I'll just set the width to 100% of the parent, and we'll also type display of flex so that the images don't have extra spacing at the bottom. Now we need to add some more common styles, but before that let's go ahead and bring these elements one next to the other. So we need to have the left content on the left side and this image on the right side. So here I'll just create a comment and I'll just type hero section, and let's target the header and let's set the display to flex, and let's set a height of 100 viewport height, and let's type align items to the center to align it vertically, and let's add a padding top so that the content is not displayed here below this navbar. So let's take a height of this navbar. Let's right click over here and let's click on inspect. So now if we hover over this, we can see that we have a height of 67 pixels. So I'll just add a padding of, let's round it to 70 pixels. So let's type padding top of 70 pixels. And let's set the minimum height of the hero section to 600 pixels. And let's add a maximum height of 800 pixels. So by default the height will be 100 viewport height, and the minimum height will be 600 and the maximum height will be 800 pixels. Right, now let's go back and this is how it looks. Let's style this H1. So let's go to the top over here and let's add some styles for the H1, and let's set the font size of the H1 to 60 pixels, and let's add a line height of 100%. Let's set the font weight to 800, and let's set a letter spacing of -1 pixels. Let's also add a margin, so let's tap margin and let's set the margin to 16 pixels top and bottom, 0 for left and right. Now if we go back to the original design, we can see that we have this linear gradient color for this text. So for that let's go ahead and let's add a background color of linear gradient, and let's set it to 90 degrees, and for the first color let's type 312972 and let's set it to 7%, and for the second color let's type 1A1423 and let's set it to 60%. And now if you go back here, we can see that we have this background color. Now we need to add this background color to the actual text. So for that we can just type background clip, and we need to set it to text, and we need to set the color of the text to transparent. And now we can see we have this linear gradient color displayed over here for the text. I think we can increase this percentage over here. Let's try 20 pixels, and let's also change the color to a little light color, and this is how it looks. We'll also add a WebKit background clip so that it works on all the browsers. So let's type WebKit background clip and let's set it to text. Right now, let's go ahead and add some styles to all the paragraphs. So let's tap P and let's set the font size of all the paragraph to 16 pixels. Let's set the line height to 160%. Right now, let's go ahead and style this container for the button. And we need to add some space between these buttons. So let's target the container division. And it has a class of buttons. So here let's type buttons. And let's set the display to flex and let's add a gap of 24 pixels. And let's add a margin top and let's set it to 32 pixels. And this is how it looks. Right now for this button we need to have a different styling. So we have added a class called outlined for this button. So let's style that. And if you scroll up, here we can see we have added some styles for the button. So here we will add the styles for the outlined button. So here I'll just type button.outlined. So this will select the button with the class of outlined. And for this one, we'll set the color to the accent color. So let's type var accent color. And the background color should be set to var light color. And then we also need to add a border. So let's add the border over here itself. So for the button, let's tap border. And let's set it to 2 pixels. Solid var of accent color. And this is how the button looks. Now when you hover over this button, we need to have a different hover effect. So when you hover over this, we need to have the accent color added to the button. So let's go back. And here, let's type button.outlined :hover. And let's add a background color of var accent color. And let's set the color to white. And here we have the hover effect for this button. Now when you hover over this button, we can see that the border of the button has the same color as before when you hover over this. So let's change that as well when we hover over the button. So here we can see that we have set the border to 2 pixels. Solid var accent color. So I'll just copy this. And here for the hover effect, let's paste the style. And here instead of accent color, let's add the same color that we see over here. And now everything looks alright. Right now let's style this left division. So here we can see we have created this division with the class of left. So here I'll just type header left. And let's set the max width to 50%. Now what we will do is we will position this image relative to this header. So for the header, I'll just tap position relative. And let's tap header right. And let's set the position to absolute. And we'll set the bottom position to 0 and the right position to 0. And now let's set the height for the image. So let's tap header right img. And let's set the height to 600 pixels. And let's tap object fit to cover so that it has the correct proportions. Now let's go back and this is how it looks. So everything is looking alright. Now let's go ahead and add this background color that we see over here. So for that we have created this division with the class of bg color. So let's go ahead and target that. I'll just tap header bg color. And let's go ahead and set the position to absolute. And let's set the width to 400 pixels and the height to 400 pixels. Let's add a background color of AD9 5FF. And here we have the element. Let's bring it to the right side. So let's type right of 0 and let's set the top value to 120 pixels. And now we need to send this to the back of our image. So let's type z index and let's set it to -1. Alright, now let's set the border radius to 50%. So let's tap border radius 50% and now we can see it has this round shape. And now we need to blur this. So let's type filter blur and let's set the value to 115 pixels. And this is how it looks. So with that we have designed the hero section of our website. Here I'm in the source code of our website. So let's go to the HTML file and here let's go to the end of this div and let's create a comment. I'll just type end of hero section and let's create a division and let's give it a class of featured. And in that let's create a division with the class of container and let's create an h2 and let's add this text over here. And after that we need to have these logos displayed over here. So Let's create a division for that. Let's create a division with the class of logos. And let's add the images over here. So I'll just type img, and in the source, let's type images / Airbnb logo.svg. And then we need to have 3 more logos. So I'll just duplicate this. And then we have Spotify. And then we have Google and Canva. And here let's go ahead and add a comment. I'll just type end of featured section. And now let's go ahead and style this using CSS. So if you go back to our web page, this is how it looks. We have all the logos displayed over here. Let's go back to our style.css file and let's start styling this. First of all, let's add some common styles for all the H2. So here below the H1, let's go ahead and type H2. And let's set the font size to 36 pixels. Let's set the line height to 120%. And let's set the font weight to 800. Let's set the letter spacing to -1 pixels. Let's add a margin of 8 pixels top and bottom and 0 for left and right. And let's go ahead and add the same background color that we see over here. So I'll just copy these 4 lines of CSS and I'll just paste them over here. And here we have this color. Let's make some changes over here. So I'll just change this back to, let's try 8%. And let's change the color a little bit. And I think this looks all right. Now while we are here, let's also add some styles for the S3. So let's type S3. And the S3 are basically these headings that we see over here. And these headings. So let's add some styles for that. So I'll just type font size 24 pixels, line height of 130%, letter spacing of -1 pixels, and margin of 8 pixels and 0. Right now let's style the featured section. So let's scroll down and let's create a comment called featured section. And the first thing we will do is we will style all the images. So let's type featured img and let's set the width to auto and let's set a height of 32 pixels. Right now let's bring all these images one next to the other. So we have this container division called logos. So I'll just type featured logos and let's set the display to flex and let's set a gap of 60 pixels and let's type flex wrap to wrap so that if we have less space then it will wrap to the next line. And let's type justify content center. Right now let's style this container division inside featured. So here let's type featured container and let's set the display to flex and flex direction to column. And let's add a gap of 8 pixels and let's type align items to the center. Right now let's add some padding to this container. So let's type padding of 40 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. And let's add a box shadow and let's set the value to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 42 pixels, -20 pixels, RGBA, and let's set the value to 0, 0, 0 and 0.2. And here we have the featured section. Let's also add rounded corners. So let's type border radius and let's set the value to 30 pixels. And let's also set the background color to the light color that we set for the variable. So let's type background var light color. And with that we have styled our featured section. Right here I'm in my source code and let's go to the HTML file. Right, let's go outside this featured section division and let's create a new section with an ID of about. We need to have all the content inside a specific max width. So let's add the container division over here. So let's type .container and we need to have this left division and this right division. So let's create a division with the class of left, and in the left division we need to have an h2 and let's copy this text and let's paste it over here. And then after that we need to have a paragraph and let's copy this text and let's paste it over here. And then we need to have these two sections over here. So let's create a division with a class of features container. And in that we'll have each of these different features. So let's create a division with a class of feature. And in that we need to have the icon. So let's create a division with the class of icon. And for the icon, let's type img. And in the source, let's type images / check icon.svg. And after the icon, we need to have a heading. So let's copy this. And let's create an S3 for this heading. And let's paste it over here. And then we need to create a paragraph. Let's copy this text. And let's paste it over here. Now we need to have one more feature. So let's copy this feature division. And let's paste it down here. And let's change the text. So let's copy this beautiful UI. And let's paste it over here. And let's copy this text. And let's paste it over here. And then down here we need to have this button. So let's go ahead and go outside the features container division, which is this container division, and let's create a button. Let's create an anchor tag, and here let's add a class, and let's add a class of btn. Now this is a different kind of button. We need to have the outline for the button, and when you hover over this, we need to have this hover effect. So we have already created this button over here at the top over here in the hero section. So for that we have added this class of outlined. So let's type outlined over here. And for the text of the button, let's type learn more. And then on the right side, we need to have the image. So let's go outside the left division, this left division right here. And let's create a division with the class of right. And in that we will have the image. And let's type images / image1.jpg. And now if you go back to our website, here we can see that we have all the content displayed over here. We have the heading, paragraph, the icon, and all those things over here. Now let's go ahead and style this using CSS. So let's go back to our style.css file. And the first thing we need to do is we need to add a background color for this section. So here we can see that we have this separation, and we need to bring it up a little bit. So let's go ahead and add this background color. So I'll just create a comment. I'll just type about section. And we have added an ID of about, so let's type #about, and let's add a background color of F5, F5, F5. And we need to bring this up a little bit. So right now it is at the bottom of the featured section. So let's add a negative margin, and let's set it to -60 pixels. And then to compensate with this margin top, let's add a padding top, and let's set it to 180 pixels. And this is how it looks. Now the about section is on top of the featured section. Now we need to send it behind this featured section. So for that, let's go to the featured section, and we have this division with the class of featured. So let's target that. I'll just type featured, and let's set a z index of, let's try 2. And it is still not being displayed at the top. So if you go back to the featured division, and if I inspect this, and if you go to the featured division, and here we can see that we have this message, and it says the position static property prevents z index from having an effect. So we need to go ahead and add a position of relative. And now we can see that the featured section is on top of the about section. Right now the next thing we will do is we will have these two divisions, left and right divisions, one next to the other. So if you go back to our HTML file, here we can see that inside the about section we have this container division, and in the container division we have the left and the right divisions. So let's add a display of flex to the container of the about. So let's type #about container, and let's set the display to flex, and align items to the center, and let's add a gap of 80 pixels. Right now let's go ahead and change the width of these icons. So let's type section, and I'll just target all the sections, and let's type icon, and let's set the width to 30 pixels. And now we can see that we have the correct width for the icons. Now we need to display these two features one next to the other. So let's type features container, and let's set the display to flex. Here we can see that we have this division with the class of features container. So here let's add a gap of 40 pixels between the elements, and let's also set a margin top of 32 pixels. So now we can see that we have it displayed correctly. Now we need to have the width of both these features as the same width. So for that, let's go ahead and target the feature division, which is inside the features container. And let's go ahead and set the flex to 1. So it will have the same width for both these features. Now for the buttons inside the sections, we need to have a margin top. So let's type section btn, and let's add a margin top of 32 pixels. Let's change it to 28 pixels. Let's see how it looks. And I think that looks alright. Now for all the sections in our website, we will have a default padding. So let's go back and let's go to the top. And here let's add some styles for the sections. So here let's tap section and let's add a padding of 140 pixels, top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. And now we can see that we have the correct padding for all our sections. I think we can change it to, let's try 120 pixels. Alright, that looks fine. So with that, we have designed the about section of our website. Right here, I'm in the source code of our website, and let's go to the HTML file and let's go outside our about section and let's add a comment. I'll just type end of about section. Right now, let's go ahead and create a section with an ID of services. And let's create a container division for the max width. And in that, we need to have this heading. So let's copy this and let's create an H2 and let's paste it over here. And then we need to copy this paragraph and let's create a P tag and let's paste the text over here. Now here we can see that for our heading and paragraph, we have a max width which is much smaller than the container. So let's add the heading and the paragraph inside its own container. So let's create a heading container over here and let's add the paragraph and the heading inside this. Right now we need to create these services. So let's create a division for that. Let's go outside the heading container and let's create a division of the class of services container. And in that we need to have the service. And in the service we need to have the image at the top. So let's create an img tag and let's type images/service1.jpg. And then we need to have an s3 and this paragraph. So let's add both of this inside a division so that we can add some padding for these two elements. So let's create a division with the class of content and let's create an s3. Let's copy this text and let's paste it over here. Let's create a paragraph and let's copy this text and let's paste it over here. Now let's go ahead and copy this service and let's paste it down here 2 more times. So for the second service, let's go ahead and change the image to service2.jpg and let's copy this text and let's paste it for the heading. And let's copy this text and paste it for the paragraph. Let's do the same for the last service. Let's copy this and paste it for the heading. And we need to change the image to service3.jpg. Let's copy this paragraph and let's paste it over here. So with that, we have created all the services in our HTML. So let's go to our website and this is how it looks right now. Now let's go ahead and style this. So let's go to our CSS file and let's go ahead and create a comment called services section. And first of all, let's target the heading container in which we have the heading and this subheading. So let's type section heading container and let's set a max width of 500 pixels and let's text align it to the center. Let's also add margin bottom of 60 pixels and we need to bring it to the center. So let's type margin inline, which is margin left and right, and let's set it to auto. Right now let's go ahead and display all these services one next to the other. So we will be using display of grid for that. So let's type services container and here we can see we have this division with the class of services container and in that we have all these services. So let's set the display to grid and grid template columns to repeat auto fit and let's add a min max of 320 pixels and 1 FR. Now what this will do is it will display all these features one next to the other, and when the width can no longer be 320 pixels, it will drop to the next row. So here we can see this is how it looks. Right now let's go ahead and add some gap. So let's add a gap of 40 pixels. Now let's go ahead and add some box shadow. So let's type services container service box shadow and let's set the value to 0, 6 pixels, 40 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0 and 0.1. And we need to add some padding for this content. So let's type services container content and let's add a padding of 16 pixels. And now when we hover over this, we need to have this hover effect. So for that, let's go ahead and type services container, service colon hover, and let's set the transform value to scale of 1.04, and we'll also change the box shadow to 0.3 pixels, 80 pixels, RGBA, 0, 0, 0 and 0.1, and let's add a smooth transition. So I'll just type transition of all 300 milliseconds ease, and here we can see we have this hover effect. So with that, we have designed our services section. Now let's also design this why choosers section over here. It is almost the same as this about section. We just need to flip the image on the left side and this content on the right side. So for that, let's go ahead and copy the HTML of the about section. So this is the about section. I'll just copy this and let's scroll down, and here I'll just create a comment. I'll just type end of services section, and let's paste the about section over here, and here let's type end of why choose us section. And let's scroll up and make the necessary changes. First of all, we'll change the ID to Y, and let's go back to our demo website and let's copy this heading. Let's paste it over here, and let's copy this paragraph. Let's paste it over here, and we have these two different sections over here. Let's copy this heading and let's paste it for this heading, and let's copy this paragraph and let's paste it over here, and let's copy this heading and paste it over here, and lastly we have this paragraph and let's paste it over here. Now for the button, we need to type contact us. Now this is a different kind of button. We have this light background for this button, and we have this hover effect. So for that, we will add a class called light, and I think we haven't styled it, so we'll also style it. So the next thing we need to do is we need to bring this image on the left side and the content on the right side. So let's copy this division. Let's cut this division from here and let's paste it about the left section, and let's change this to left. Let's change this to right. And now let's change the image to image2.png. And now if you go back to our website, this is how it looks. Now let's go ahead and style this using CSS. So let's go back to our CSS file and let's create a comment. I'll just type Y section. And first of all, let's set the content to one next to the other. So here we can see we have this section, and in that we have this container division. So let's type Y container. Let's set the display to flex, and let's add a gap of 60 pixels, and let's align items to the center. Now everything is looking almost like we want. We just need to change the background color. So let's go back and let's type Y. Let's change the background color to var accent color, and let's change the color of all the text to var light color, and we need to change the color of this heading as well. So for that, if you go back to our H2, here we can see that we have added this background of linear gradient, and we have this background clip set to text, so that we have this gradient color for our text. So just copy this and I'll just paste it over here, and let's change the selector to hash Y H2, so it will just target the H2 inside the Y section. Let's delete all of this, and let's change the background color to var light color. And now if you go back, here we can see that the text has the correct color. Now we also need to change the color of the icon. So right now the color of the icon is the same as this background, so it is not being displayed right now. So for changing the color, we will use a property called filter. So let's type hash Y icon, and let's type filter, and let's set the brightness to 0 and invert to 1. So this will change the color to white. Right now the last thing we need to do is we need to change the style of the button. So let's go to the top and let's go to the styles where we have styled all the buttons. So here let's go ahead and add a new button style called button light, because we had a class of light for the button. And for the button light, we need to have the background set to var light color, And we need to set the color to var dark color, and we need to set the border to 2 pixels solid var light color. And now if you go back here, we can see that we have the button being displayed correctly. Now let's add the hover effect. So let's type button dot light colon hover, and when we hover over the button, we need to type background, and we need to set the background color to accent color, and we need to set the color of the text to light color. And this is how the button looks. We also have the hover effect. So everything is working all right. So that's basically it with this video. We have designed the services section and also the why choosers section. Right here I'm in the source code of our website, and let's go to the index.html file, and let's start by creating this our latest articles section. So here let's go ahead and create a container division, and in that we'll create a section with an ID of blog. Now in this, the first thing we need to have is the heading and the subheading. Now for this heading and subheading, we have a fixed width that we see over here. So if you go back to the CSS, and if you take a look at the heading container, let's search for heading container, and here we can see that for heading containers inside the sections, we have a max width of 500 pixels. So let's add a division with the class of heading container, and in this we will add the heading and the subheading. So I'll just copy this, and let's create an h2 and paste it over here. And here let's create a paragraph. Let's copy this text, and let's paste it over here. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to create these different blog cards. Now these are almost the same as these cards over here. We just need to add the labels below this heading over here for the blogs. So what we can do is we can use the same classes that we used over here. So if you go back to our HTML, and if you go to the services section, here we can see that we have created this division with the class of services container, and in that we have the service division. So I'll just go ahead and copy this services container from here, and I'll just paste it down here. And now if you go back, and if you go to the website, here we can see that our heading and subheading and these block cards are displayed over here. So it is styled almost perfectly. We just need to add these labels over here and this button. So further, let's go back and let's make changes to this content. Now here for the image, we need to make it clickable. So in services, we didn't have this link for these services. Now for this blog post, we need to have a link. So when we click on this image, we need to go to the link of this blog post, and we need to do the same for the heading of the blog posts. So we need to add them inside anchor tags. So here for the service, inside this service division, let's create an anchor tag, and here we can add the link of the post, and let's add this image inside this anchor tag. Let's go ahead and change the image to blog1.jpg, and here inside the content we need to add this s3 inside an anchor tag. So let's create an anchor tag over here, and let's add the s3 inside the anchor tag, and let's change the headings over here. So let's go back to our original design, and let's copy this heading, and let's paste it over here. And let's do the same with this paragraph, and let's paste it over here. Now we need to add the labels over here. So for the labels, we'll create a division with the class of labels, and in that for each of the labels we'll create anchor tags, and let's give it a class of label. And for this we have two labels, game dev and programming. So let's type game dev, and let's duplicate this, and here let's type programming. Right now let's go ahead and copy this service, and I'll just paste it down here 2 more times. I'll just delete the previous service division, and let's paste it down here 2 more times, and let's make changes in the content. So for the second one, let's change this to blog2.jpg, and here for the heading, let's copy this heading from here, and let's paste it over here. And let's change the labels to game dev and animations, and let's copy this paragraph, and let's paste it over here. And let's do the same for the third blog. So here let's change this to blog3.jpg, and let's copy this heading, and I'll just paste it over here. And we need to have the labels as networking and advanced, and advanced. Let's copy this paragraph and let's paste it over here. And then lastly, we need to have the button for displaying all the posts. So let's scroll down and go just before the section, and here let's create an anchor tag, and let's create a button. So let's give it a class of btn, and this button is going to be outlined, so we need to have just the outline. So let's add a class of outlined, and we have already created the class over here. So here for this button we have this outlined class. So let's go ahead and add a text of view all posts. And now if you go back to our website, here we can see that we have all the content displayed almost exactly as we want. We just need to style these labels now. So let's do that. Let's go back and let's go to the style.css file, and let's create a comment called blog section. And let's style the labels. For the labels, we have this class of label, and it is inside the labels division. So let's go ahead and type blog labels A. So we are targeting all the anchor tags inside the labels, and let's set the color to light color, and let's set the font weight to 500, and let's set the font size to 11 pixels. Let's set the text transform to uppercase and a letter spacing of 2 pixels, and let's add a background color. So let's type blog label, and let's add a background color of var accent color, and let's add a padding of 3 pixels top and bottom, 6 pixels left and right, and let's add a border radius of 4 pixels. So that's basically it with the blog section of our website. Now let's go ahead and create this contact us section. So let's go back to our HTML file, and let's go outside this div and let's create a comment. I'll just tap end of blog section. And now let's create a section with an ID of contact, and in that we'll create a container division. And for the heading and the subheading, let's create a heading container. And let's create an h2, and let's copy this heading and let's paste it over here. Let's create a paragraph for the subheading. Let's copy this and let's paste it over here. Right now we need to create the form. So let's create a form element, and in this we need to have these different input fields and this text area. Now for these two input fields, we'll create a single division so that they are one next to the other. So let's create a division with the class of group, and let's create an input field, and let's add a placeholder. Let's type full name, and let's duplicate this, and here let's type email. And if you want to add labels, you can add that over here as well. You can just type label and add the label over here. Now since this is just a simple form, I'll just add these input fields with placeholders. Now after this we need to have this text area. So let's go outside this div and let's create a text area, and let's add a placeholder over here, and let's type your message. And then lastly we need to have a button. So I'll just create a button over here, and let's give it a class of btn, and let's type send message. So let's go back to our website, and this is our form. We'll also set the cursor to pointer when we hover over this button. So let's go back to the styles of the button, and for the button let's add a cursor of pointer. Right now let's go back and let's go ahead and style this contact form that we have over here. Before that, I'll just go ahead and add a comment. I'll just type end of contact form. Let's go to the style.css file and let's start styling this. Let's create a comment. I'll just type contact form. Now the first thing we need to do is we need to add a background color over here. So let's target the contact section, and let's set a background color of F5, F5, F5. And now let's go ahead and style this form. So let's type form display of flex and flex direction to column. Let's add a gap of 16 pixels. Now let's go ahead and style the group division. So here we can see inside the group division we have both these input fields. So let's type form group, display of flex, and let's add a gap of 16 pixels over here. Right now let's go ahead and style these input fields. So let's type form input and form text area. Let's set the width to 100%. Let's set a padding of 10 pixels top and bottom, 24 pixels left and right. Let's add a background color of white, and let's set the border to none, and let's set the font size to 16 pixels. And this is how our form looks. Let's also style this text area separately. So let's type form text area. Let's set the height to 100 pixels and resize to none so that the user is not able to resize the text area. Now for this button we don't have the correct font size and also the width. So the font size of the button is set to 16 pixels. So let's go over here and let's target the button inside the form. So let's type form btn. Let's set the font size to 16 pixels and let's set the width to fit content. And we also need to remove the margin on top of this button for the contact section. So here let's type margin top 0, and this is how it looks. Right now the last thing we will do is we'll create the footer. So here we have this footer. So let's go to our HTML file and let's create a footer element, and let's create a div with a class of container. And then we need to have this top section where we have the logo, this subheading, and these social media icons. So let's create a division with the class of top. And for the left section, let's create a division with the class of left. And in that we need to have the logo. So let's create an anchor tag with a class of logo. And here let's type logo. And let's copy this paragraph and let's create a p tag. And let's paste it over here. And then let's create a division with the class of right. And here we need to have this text follow us on. So let's copy this and let's create a paragraph, paste it over here. And then we need to have the social media icons. So let's create a division with the class of social. And in that let's create an anchor tag. And here you can add the link of your social media pages. And here let's create an img tag. And for the source, let's type images/xlogo.svg. Let's copy this anchor tag and paste it 2 more times. And for the second logo, we need to have Instagram, and then we need to have dribble. And then let's go outside the top division. And here, let's create a division with the class of copyright. And let's add the text over here. So I'll just copy this and let's paste it over here. So that's it with the HTML of our footer. Now let's go to style.css file and let's style it. Let's add a comment called footer. And right now, this is how our footer looks. So the first thing we will do is we will change the size of these icons. So let's type footer social img and let's set the width to 30 pixels. And we need to have this hover effect for these icons. So for that, let's go ahead and type footer social img :hover. And let's type transform scale of 1.2. And let's add a smooth transition. I'll just type transition of all 300 milliseconds ease. So now we can see that we have this hover effect. Now let's go ahead and add a dark background color for this footer. So let's type footer and let's type background. Let's type var dark color. Let's set the color of all the text to white. And let's add a padding of 60 pixels. And for left and right, let's type 32 pixels. Let's also change the color of this logo. So let's type footer A for the anchor tag, and let's type color of light color. Let's also change this to light color. Now we need to have these social media icons one next to the other. So let's target the social division. I'll just type footer social and let's set the display to flex. Let's add a gap of 32 pixels and let's set the margin top to 24 pixels. Now we need to have these two divisions one next to the other. So let's target the container, which is this division with the class of top. And let's set the display to flex. So let's type footer top display of flex. Let's type justify content space between. And now we can see that they are aligned to the left and to the right. Now for the logo inside the footer, let's set the font size to be a little bit higher. So I'll just go ahead and target the logo. So just a footer logo, and let's set the font size to 20 pixels. Let's try 24 pixels. And then lastly, let's also style this copyright division. So let's type footer copyright and let's set the color to RGBA 255, 255, 255, and for the opacity let's type 0.5. And with that we have styled the footer of our website. Now before starting with the responsive version, let's make these menu items work. So when we click on this About Us, we need to go to the About Us section of our website. So let's go to our source code, and here we have the About Us link. And if you scroll down here, we can see that we have this section with an ID of About Us. So we can link this ID to our link over here. So let's type About over here, and let's save this. Now if we click on this About Us link, we are taken to the About Us section. Now we need to smoothly go to that section. So for that, let's go back and let's go to the CSS. And let's add a style to the HTML. So let's type HTML, scroll behavior, and let's set it to smooth. And now let's go back, and if I click on this About Us link, we are smoothly taken to that place. Right now let's do the same for all the other sections. So here we have services, so I'll just type #services over here. And for blog, let's type #blog. And here let's type contact us or contact. Right now let's scroll down and let's see whether we have the correct IDs for the section. So let's scroll down, and here we have the services section, we have the correct ID. And then we have the Y section, and we don't have any menu items for that, so let's move on. And here we have the blog section, so we have the correct ID. And then for the contact also we have the correct ID, so everything is working all right. Let's click on these menu items, and let's see whether everything is working all right. So for services it is not working correctly, so let's go to the services section, and here we have services as the ID. Let's scroll up, and here we have services, so this should work. Right now it is working. So we have the About Us, services, blog, and contact us, so everything is working all right. Alright, now let's start making this responsive. So let's go to our CSS, and let's add a media query. Let's type @media, and let's set the max width to 1100 pixels. So whenever the screen width is less than 1100 pixels, these CSS styles will be added to our design. So the first thing we will do is we will set the font size of the H1 to 48 pixels. So let's go back, and now let's reduce the width of the browser window. And now we can see that we have this smaller font size. And let's go back, and the next thing we will do is for the header image, we will change the width. So let's type header, and we have the right division, and in that we have the img tag. So let's type width, and let's set it to 280 pixels, and this is how it looks. So this is for tablet screens, and this is for desktop version. And let's scroll down and let's see whether we have any problems for the other sections. So everything is looking all right. We have these services wrapping to the next row, so we don't have any more problems in the tablet version. Let's go to the mobile version. So let's reduce the screen width even more. And now let's add a media query for smartphones. So let's type @media, and let's set the max width to 800 pixels. So whenever the screen width is less than 800 pixels, these styles will be added. So the first thing we will do is we will set the font size of the H1 to 36 pixels, and let's set the line height to 120%. And for the container, we have set a max width over here. So here we can see for the container we have set a max width of 1200 pixels. So for smaller screens, let's type container, and let's set the max width to 700 pixels. Now let's also change the styles of the H2 and S3. So here we have the H2. So let's type H2, and let's set the font size to 28 pixels and line height to 130%. And let's style the S3. So let's type S3, and let's set the font size to 20 pixels. Right now let's start with the styling of the nav. So we have the nav element, and for the nav element we need to hide these menu items from here. So let's go to our HTML file, and here we can see we have this division with the class of menu items. So let's hide that. I'll just type nav menu items, display of none. And now we need to display a menu icon over here. So for that, let's go back and here in the HTML, and let's go outside the menu items division and let's create a division with the class of menu icon. Now here I'll just add an image that I have over here called menu icon.svg. So let's add that over here. I'll just create an img tag and let's type images/menu icon.svg. And now let's go to our style.css file, and what we need to do is we need to hide it in the desktop version. So here let's type hidden elements, and here let's type menu icon and let's set the display to none. And here in smaller screens, let's type menu icon and let's set the display to block. So if you're on desktop version, we don't have the menu icon displayed, but on smaller screens we have it displayed. Now here if you go back to the style.css file, and here if we add a background color, let's type red. Now we can see that we don't have much spacing around the icon. So let's add a padding of, let's try 2 pixels so that the user has some space to touch on this icon. So let's remove this and let's set the cursor to pointer. And this is the menu icon. Now let's start with the hero section. So for the hero section, we have this header. And if you go to a style.css file and if you go to the header, here we can see that for the header right division where we have the image, this is the division right here. So for this division, we had set a position of absolute. And now what we need to do is we need to remove the position absolute from this right division. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's scroll down, and here let's add a comment. I'll just type header, and here let's type header right, and let's set the position to relative. And now we need to bring this text content and this image one below the other. So for that, let's go ahead and target the header, and let's set the flex direction to column. And now the image is at the bottom, so let's change this to column reverse. Now the image is at the top and the text content at the bottom. And right now we have a fixed height for this header, so let's set the height to auto. And let's add a gap of 20 pixels between the elements, and let's set the max height to fit content. So it will fit all the content of our header. Right now let's go ahead and style this image. So let's type header right img, and let's set the width to 70%, and let's set the height to auto. And let's add a border radius of 0, 0, 30%, 30%. And let's bring this to the center. So here for the right division, let's type justify content center. And let's set the display to flex. And now it is in the center. If you go back to the CSS of the desktop version, here for the header, for the left division, we have set a max width of 50%. Now we need to change it back to 100%. So let's go over here and let's type header left, and let's set the max width to 100%. And with that, we have styled the header of our website. And let's also add some padding bottom over here. So let's go to the header, and let's add a padding bottom of 60 pixels. And now everything looks all right. And now for the featured section, let's go ahead and reduce the gap a little bit. So let's go over here and let's type featured, and here let's type featured logos, and let's set a gap of 36 pixels. And now for the images inside the featured division, let's go ahead and set a height. So let's type featured img, and let's set the height to 28 pixels. Right now let's style the about us section. So here we can see that we have the text content and the image side by side. Now we need to display them one below the other. So let's add a comment. I'll just type about, and here let's type #about, which is the ID for the about section. And if you go to the HTML file, let's go to the about section, and here for the about section we have the container division, and in that we have the left and the right divisions. So let's target the container. So let's type .container over here, and let's set the flex direction to column. And now we can see that the content are one below the other. Now here we have these two elements which are the features container. So here we can see that in the HTML file we have this division with the class of features container, and in that we have these two features. So let's bring that also one below the other. So here let's type #about, or let's go ahead and target it directly because we have the same division down here as well. So let's go ahead and directly target the features container. So let's type features container, and let's set the flex direction to column. And now we can see everything looks alright in the about us section. Right now let's go to the services section, and here we have everything being displayed correctly. So let's move on to the next section, which is the Y choosers section. So for that we have an ID of Y. So let's type Y choose us section, and let's type hash Y. And I think in that also we have a container. So let's scroll down, and here we can see inside the Y division we have the container, and in that we have the left and the right divisions. So let's add y.container, and here let's type flex direction of column, and now we can see that we have it displayed correctly. So we have the features also being displayed correctly because we have directly targeted the features container over here. Right now let's go to the next section, which is the blog section, and everything is looking all right over here. Let's go to the contact section, and for the contact us section, let's bring these name and email input fields one below the other. So if you go to the contact section in the HTML, here we can see that we have this group. We have this division with the class of group, and that we have these two input fields. So let's target this group. Here let's type form group, and let's set the flex direction to column. And now we can see that the fields are one below the other. And let's scroll down, and lastly we have the footer. So let's style the footer. I'll just create a comment. I'll just type footer over here, and here the first thing we will do is we will bring these two elements, the left and the right section. So if you go to the HTML file, and if you go to the footer, here we can see we have this division of the class of top, and in that we have the left and the right section. So let's target the top division. So let's type footer top, and let's set the flex direction to column. And now we can see that they are one below the other. For the footer, we can see that we have set a padding of 60 pixels top and bottom, and 32 pixels left and right. Now for the left and right, we don't want to have any padding because the padding is already added in the container division. So what we will do is let's type footer, and let's add a padding of 40 pixels top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. And this is how the footer looks. And the last thing we will do is we will add some margin top for this copyright division. So let's type footer copyright margin top, and let's set it to 40 pixels. And it is looking alright. So that's basically it with the mobile version of our website. The first thing we need to do is we need to create a division for the mobile menu items. So we already have these menu items over here. So I'll just go ahead and copy this div from here, and let's paste it outside our container division. This will be different altogether, and we'll just give a class of mobile menu items. Now in this we also need to have the close icon. So let's create a division with the class of close icon, and here let's add the image of the close icon. So let's type img, and in the source let's type images/close icon.svg. Right now let's go ahead and style this, and let's go to the style.css file. And the first thing we will do is we will hide this in the desktop version. So here let's go ahead and add the mobile menu items. So let's type mobile menu items. And here in the mobile version we need to display it. So let's type mobile menu items, and let's set the display to flex, and let's set the height to 100 viewport height and width to 100%, and let's set the position to fixed, and we need to set the flex direction to column, and let's add a background color, and let's set the color to the dark variable that we created. Let's also add a z index so that it is above all the other elements. So let's type z index, and let's set it to, let's try 800, and let's type justify content to center and align items to the center. Right now let's go ahead and set the color of all the anchor tags to light color. So let's type mobile menu items A, and let's set the color to var light color. And now let's add some gap between these elements. So let's add a gap of 24 pixels. Right now let's style the close icon. So let's target that. I'll just type mobile menu items close icon. Now for changing the color of this icon to white, we have already used a code over here. So let's reuse that. So here we can see that we have used filter of brightness 0 and invert 1. So let's copy this, and let's paste it over here. Right now let's go ahead and set the position of the close icon to fixed, and we need to position it on the top right over here. So I'll just tap top 18 pixels and right of 32 pixels, and let's set the cursor to pointer. And by default, this menu items should not be displayed over here. It should be outside the screen. So here for the menu items, let's go ahead and type transform, translate X, and let's say to 100%. So it will be outside the screen on the right side. And when we click on this menu icon, we will add a class called active to this. So let's type mobile menu items dot active, and here we'll just type transform translate X of 0. And let's also add smooth transition. So here I'll just type transition of all 300 milliseconds is. Right now, if you go to our HTML file and if we add a class of active over here, then we can see that the menu items are displayed. And if I remove the active class, then it is removed. So now let's go ahead and add this functionality using JavaScript. So let's go to our main.js file, and let's see whether we have linked it in our index.html file. So here we have already linked it. So let's go to our main.js file and let's start writing the functionality. So first of all, we need to target some elements. We need to target the menu icon. Then we need to target the mobile menu items division. And then we also need to target the close icon. So let's do that. We have these classes: mobile menu items, close icon, and menu icon. So let's type const menu icon equals document.querySelector menu icon, and const close icon equals document.querySelector close icon, and let's type const mobile menu items equals document.querySelector mobile menu items. Right now, let's add an event listener to the menu icon. So let's type menu icon.add event listener, and let's listen for the click event. And when we click on this menu icon, we need to add the active class to mobile menu items. So let's type mobile menu items dot class list dot add active. And now let's add an event listener for the close icon. So let's type close icon dot add event listener click. And here we need to type mobile menu items dot class list dot remove active. And now let's see whether this works. So let's click on this menu icon, and we have the menu items displayed. And if I click on this close icon, it disappears. And let's click on these menu items. So let's click on services, and we are taken to the services page, but it is not being displayed right away. We need to close it, and now we can see that we are taken to the services page. So what we will do is we will add event listeners to all these menu items, and when we click on any of these links, we will close these menu items. So further, let's go ahead and target all the anchor tags inside the mobile menu items. So I'll just type const all mobile menu links equals document.querySelector all, and here we need to add all. So let's type mobile menu items A. So this will target all the anchor tags inside the mobile menu items and store them inside all mobile menu links. Right now, let's go ahead and loop through all those links. So let's type all mobile menu links dot for each, and for each of the links, I'll just call it L, and let's create an arrow function. And let's type L.add event listener. So we will add event listeners for each of the links. And let's add a click over here. And when we click on the links, we want to close the mobile menu items. So let's type mobile menu items dot class list dot remove active. And now let's see whether this works. So let's click on this menu icon, and let's click on blog, and we are taken to the blog section, and the mobile menu items disappear. Let's click on about us, and everything is working all right. So with that, we have completed creating our mobile version of our website. Right, here I'm in my source code, and let's go to the index.html file, and if you scroll down, let's go to the blog section. So here we have the blog section, and let's go to the button. So here we have this button called view all posts, and here we'll just add a link called blog list.html. And let's create a new HTML file called bloglist.html. And now let's go ahead and copy the header and the footer from here. So let's copy from this line of code till the end of the nav, and let's paste it over here. And here after the nav, we need to close the container, and I think it has automatically done that. So now let's go back and let's copy the footer. So Here we have the footer. Let's copy it from here till the end of the footer tag, and also the script tag from here. And let's paste it over here just after this div. And now let's go ahead and open this. So let's go to our website and let's click on view all posts. And here we are in the blog list page. Right, now let's start writing the HTML for this blog list page. So let's go to our HTML file. And here let's go outside the nav division. And let's tap end of nav over here. And here the first thing we will do is we'll create a division with the class of post container. And in that we will have a division with the class of container. And in this we will have a division with the class of content for all the content of the blog posts. And then on the right side we need to have the sidebar. So we'll create an aside tag. And here we'll just type sidebar for now. And right now it is not being displayed because it is behind this nav bar. So let's go ahead and continue writing the HTML. So let's go to the content, and here let's create a division with the class of blog list. And in that we will have an h2, and let's tap all posts. And after that let's go ahead and create a division with the class of cards container. And in that we will have cards for each of the blog posts. So let's create a division with the class of card. And in that the first thing we need to have is the thumbnail. So let's create an anchor tag. And here we need to add the link of the blog post. So I'll just add hash for now. And here let's create an img tag, and let's add the source. So let's type images / blog1.jpg. And after that let's create a div with the class of blog list content. And in this we need to have the heading, the labels, and this paragraph. So let's go ahead and create an anchor tag for the heading. And here let's create an s3 for the heading. And let's go ahead and copy the heading from here. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it over here. And after that we need to have the labels. So let's create a labels division. And in that we will have anchor tags for each of the labels. And let's copy these labels from here. So if you go to the index.html file, if you go to the blog section, here we have the blog. So I'll just copy these two anchor tags from here, and let's paste it inside this labels division. And now let's go ahead and copy the paragraph. So let's create a p tag, and let's copy this text and paste it over here. So now we can see we have all the content. Let's go ahead and add a couple more posts. So let's copy this card division from here, and I'll just paste it around 4 to 5 times. And let's make some changes in the content. Now this content should be automatically retrieved when we are using this in a template or a theme. But for now we are just creating the design, so I'll just add it as it is. So I'll just type blog2.jpg over here, and let's change the heading. And we need to add the labels as game dev and animations. And let's paste the text over here. And here let's tab blog3.jpg. And let's go ahead and copy this heading from here. Let's paste it over here. And we have networking and advanced for the labels. So let's type networking and advanced, and let's paste the content over here. And I'll just go ahead and copy the first and the second blog post so that we have some content to work with. And let's delete these cards, and let's paste the content over here. And if you go back to our design, here we can see all the content are displayed. Now on the right side we need to have the sidebar, but first of all let's go ahead and style this left section. So let's go to our style.css file and let's scroll down, and here let's create a comment. I'll just type blog list page, and the first thing we will do is we will style the container division, which is inside page container. So first of all we need to add some margin top for this container because it is being displayed below this nav bar. Here let's tap post container, because we have a division with the class of post container over here. And in that we have the container division. So let's type container. And here let's go ahead and type margin top of 100 pixels. Now the nav bar has also shifted down. So let's go to the nav. And here we need to add a top of 0. And now the nav bar is at the top. Alright, let's go back and let's go to the container. And here let's add a padding of 40 pixels top and bottom, 32 pixels left and right. And let's go ahead and add a margin bottom. So let's type margin bottom of 60 pixels. And let's add a box shadow of 0.8 pixels, 42 pixels, RGBA 000 and 0.1. And let's also add a padding bottom. So let's type padding bottom of 60 pixels. Right now we need to display this block content on the left side and the sidebar on the right side. So for that, let's type display of flex, and let's add a gap of 40 pixels between the elements. And here we can see we have the sidebar, and here we have all the blog posts. Now for the sidebar we will have a fixed width, so let's tap aside. And let's set the width to 300 pixels. Right now let's go ahead and style this heading. So for the heading we have an H2. So let's go ahead and type post container H2, and let's set the font size to 28 pixels, and let's add a margin bottom of 20 pixels. Right now let's style these blog cards. So here we can see we have this division of the class of card. Now we need to have this image on the left side and the blog list content on the right side. So let's target it. I'll just type blog list card, and let's set the display to flex, and let's align items to the center. Now for the image we need to have a fixed width and height. So let's type blog list card image, and let's set the height to 160 pixels, and let's set the width to 240 pixels, and let's see how it looks. Now we need to also add object fit of cover so that we have the correct proportions for the image. So let's go to the image selector, and here let's type object fit cover. So it will target all the images and set the object fit to cover. And now we can see that the images look alright. Alright, now let's add some padding for this blog list content. So here we have this division of the class of blog list content. So let's target that. I'll just type blog list content. And let's add a padding of 0 top and bottom and 24 pixels left and right. Right now let's target the container division of the card, which is cards container. So let's type blog list cards container, and let's set the display to flex and the flex direction to column, and let's add a gap of 32 pixels. Now the labels are not being styled correctly. So if you go to our CSS and if you go to labels, here we can see that for the labels we have added a selector of blog labels. So it will only target the labels inside the blog section. So I'll just go ahead and delete blog from here. So now it will target all the labels. So now we can see that the labels are being displayed correctly. And with that we have styled the blog list of our website. Now this is how the sidebar looks. We have the popular posts over here. We have the recent comments and the categories, and also this download button. And if I decrease the width of the browser window, this is how it will look. We have the sidebar displayed at the bottom. So let's go back to our source code, and let's go to the HTML file, which is bloglist.html, and let's go to the aside, which is the sidebar. And here let's add the content of the sidebar. Now the first thing we need to add is this popular posts widget. So I'll just create a division of the class of widget. And let's also give it a class of popular posts. And in this widget, let's go ahead and create a heading. So let's create an S3 and let's type popular posts. And in that we need to have these 3 popular posts displayed over here. So for that, let's create a division of the class of widget content. And in this we will have a card, and in the card we will have the image. So let's type images / blog1.jpg in the source. And let's also add the title of the post. So let's create an anchor tag, and here you can add the link of your post. And here let's go ahead and type this text. So I'll just copy this and let's paste it over here. And let's go ahead and copy this card and paste it 2 more times. And let's change the content. So let's change this to block2.jpg and this one to block3.jpg. And let's change the headings. So the second one is this heading right here. So let's copy this and paste it over here. And the third one is this one right here. So let's paste it right here. Now if you go back to our website, here we can see that we have the popular posts widget displayed. Now the next thing is the recent comments. So we can go ahead and copy this widget from here and paste it down here for the recent comment. And we also have categories, so let's copy it down one more time. So let's scroll up and let's go to the second widget, and here let's change the class name to recent comments. And here in the heading, let's type recent comments. Now in the recent comments, we need to have the comment displayed with the name of the commenter. And this text is basically a link. So let's create an anchor tag. So we'll just remove everything inside the card. And let's create an anchor tag. And for the href, I'll just type hash for now. And here let's add this text. So just copy this and let's paste it over here. Now for the name of the commenter, we need to make it bold. So I'll just create a strong tag over here. And let's cut this ending tag and paste it after the name. So now we can see that we have this bold name over here. Let's go ahead and delete these 2 cards. And let's copy this card one more time. And for the second one, let's copy this comment from here. And I'll just paste it over here. And let's change this Jane Smith to a strong tag. And here we can see we have both the comments displayed. Right now the next widget is the categories widget. So let's go back and here let's change the name of this class to categories list. And here for the heading, let's type categories. Now in the widget content, we need to have all these labels displayed over here. So let's go ahead and delete all these cards from here. And let's add anchor tags for the labels. So here for the first label, let's go ahead and type animation. And let's add the class of label over here. And I'll just duplicate it 5 more times. And let's change the text over here. So we have networking, game dev. And then we have tips and tricks, programming, and advanced. And then lastly, we have this download button. So let's go outside this widget and let's create a division with the class of widget. And here I'll just give it a class of download btn. And let's create the download button over here. So let's create an anchor tag. And here let's type download free ebook. Alright, so that's basically it with the HTML of our aside. So now let's go ahead and style this using CSS. So let's go to our style.css file and let's scroll down. Here we can see that for the aside we have added this width. So I'll just go ahead and cut this from here and let's paste it down here so that we have all the code for aside in a separate place. So let's tap aside, or let's tap sidebar over here, and let's paste the code and let's start adding the CSS. Now first of all, let's set the display to flex for this aside, and let's set the flex direction to column, and let's add a gap of 60 pixels between each of the widgets. Right now let's style the S3 of the asides. So here we can see that we have S3 for the heading of the aside. So let's go ahead and type aside S3, and let's add a background color of var dark color. Let's set the color of the text to var light color. Let's set the padding to 12 pixels top and bottom, 24 pixels left and right. And let's text align it to the center. And let's set the font size to 18 pixels and let's set the letter spacing to 1 pixels. And let's add a margin bottom of 16 pixels. And this is how the heading looks. Now for these anchor tags inside the aside, let's go ahead and add a line height. So let's type aside A, and let's set the line height to 1.7. Right, now let's add some styles to all the widget content. So let's type aside widget content. So here we can see that we have this widget content division inside each of the widgets. So let's go ahead and set the display to flex and flex direction to column, and let's add a gap of 24 pixels. Right, now let's style this popular posts division. So here we can see we have this division with the class of popular posts. So let's type aside popular posts, and let's set the display to flex, flex direction to column, and let's set a gap of 24 pixels. Right, now let's style the cards inside the popular posts. So here we can see we have this card division, and in that we have the image and the anchor tag. So let's type aside popular posts card, and let's set the display to flex, align items to the center, and let's add a gap of 16 pixels. And now we can see that the image is on the left side and the content on the right side. Now let's go ahead and set the height and the width of the image. So let's type aside popular posts img, and let's set the width to 60 pixels, and let's also set the height to 60 pixels. And this is how it looks. And now if we scroll down here, we can see that we have the recent comments and it is being displayed correctly. Let's scroll down, and here we have the categories. So let's style these categories. Let's go back and let's type aside, and we have the class name as categories list. So let's type dot categories list, and let's target the widget content of the categories list. So let's type dot widget content, and for this let's set the display to flex and the flex direction to row, and let's set the flex wrap to wrap so that it wraps to the next line, and let's add a gap of 8 pixels. Right, now let's style these labels inside the categories list. So let's type aside categories list label, and let's set the color to var light color, and let's set the font size to 13 pixels. And this is how the categories look. So everything is looking all right. Now let's style this download button. So let's go back and let's type aside download btn, and let's type background, and let's set the background color to ff385c, and let's add a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom, 24 pixels left and right. Let's set the color to var light color, and let's set the text align to center, and let's set the font weight to bold. And this is how the button looks. Now the color of the text has not changed, so let's go back and let's remove the download button class from here, and let's add it over here. So I'll just type class download btn, and now we can see that the color works all right. So let's also change the width, and let's set the width to 100%, and let's set the display to inline block, and now we can see that the button looks all right. All right, now the last thing we will do is we will make this responsive. So if we decrease the width of the browser window, when we are less than 1000 pixels, we will bring this aside down. So let's type at media max width of 1000 pixels, and here let's type post container, and let's set the flex direction to column so that the elements are one below the other. And now if we decrease the width of the browser window, here we can see that the aside moves down. Now if you go to the original design, here we can see that the width of the aside doesn't change. So for that, let's go back and let's go to the width of the aside, and here let's also add a min width of 300 pixels so that it will not go below 300 pixels width. So now if we decrease the width of the browser window, we can see that everything looks all right, and here we can see that the aside moves down. And now when we bring the aside down, we need to set the width of all the elements to 100%. So let's go back, and here we can see that we have set the width to 300 pixels. So let's scroll down, and here let's type aside width to 100%, and this is how it looks. And now when we are less than 800 pixels, we'll also remove the space at the top. So let's add a media query for that. I'll just type at media, max width of 800 pixels, and let's tap post container, and if you scroll up and go to the post container selector, here we can see that we have set a margin top of 100 pixels. Let's scroll down and let's add a margin top of 60 pixels. And now we can see that when we are on smaller screens, we don't have the space at the top. But if we go to larger screens, we have this space. And here for max width of 1000 pixels, let's also set the width of the image. So let's tap post container, blog list, and in that we have the card, and in that we have the img tag. So it is right here. Here we can see that we have this blog list division, and in that we have these cards. So let's go ahead and set the width of the image to 100%. And now when we reduce the width of the browser window, here we can see that everything looks alright. So with that, we have completed creating our blog list page of our website, and we have also made it responsive. So here I'm in my source code, and the first thing we will do is we'll create a new file called singlepost.html, and let's copy everything inside the blog list page. So I'll just select everything and copy it and paste it inside this new page. And let's go ahead and delete everything inside the content. So in the content, we have this left part of our page. So let's delete everything inside the content. And here I'll just type content. And now we can see we have this content on the left side and the sidebar on the right side. So now let's go ahead and link this. So let's go to our blog list page, and here for the first blog post, I'll just go ahead and change the anchor tag href to singlepost.html, and I'll just do the same for this heading. And now if you go back and if I click on this blog post, we are taken to the single post page. Now we can see that for the content we don't have the full width. So let's go back and let's go to style.css file, and here let's go to the post container content. I think we haven't added that selector for the content. Let's search for it, content, and we don't have that selector for page container content. So let's scroll down and let's add that post container content. So I'll just create a comment over here and let's tap single post, and here let's tap post container content, and let's set the flex to 1, so it will take up all the space that it can. And now we can see we have the correct width. Now first of all, let me show you how it will look in the end. So this is the single post page, and the first thing we need to have is the breadcrumbs. So here we have the title of our post, then we have the category, and then we have the home page. So this is the breadcrumbs, and then we have this title of our blog post, then we have this metadata, and then we have the labels, and then we have the thumbnail, and then we have the content, and at the bottom we have the recent post displayed. So let's go back and start with the breadcrumbs. So let's go to the blog single post page, and here in the content, let's create a division of the class of breadcrumbs, and let's create an anchor tag, and here we need to add the link of the home page, and here in the text I'll just tap home, and here we can see we have the home, and let's add a greater than symbol, and let's create another anchor tag, and here let's type the category name. I'll just type game dev, and let's add greater than symbol. And for the title, we don't need to have the anchor tag because this is not clickable. This is the current page. So let's go back, and here let's create a strong tag because we want it to be displayed as font weight of bold. So let's type the title. I'll just copy this and paste it over here. And now if we go back here, we can see that we have the breadcrumbs displayed. Now the next thing we need to add is the heading. So let's copy the heading and let's go back. Let's go outside the breadcrumbs division. Let's create an h1 and let's give it a class of post heading. And here let's paste the heading. And then here we have the heading. And then we need to have this metadata. So let's create a division of the class of post meta. And here first of all, we need to have the author and the date. So I'll just create a division of the class of date. And let's type posted by. and let's add a strong tag, and let's add the author name. I'll just type admin, and let's type on. Let's add a strong tag, and here let's add the date, and let's type 23rd June 2024. And here we can see we have the metadata, and then we need to have these labels. So let's go outside this date division, and let's create a division with a class of labels, and in that let's create anchor tags, and here let's create a class, and let's type label, and here let's add the label game dev, and let's duplicate this, and here let's type animations, and now we can see we have the labels displayed over here. And then we need to add the thumbnail. So let's create a division with the class of thumbnail over here. Let's go outside this post meta division, and let's create a division with the class of thumbnail, and in this we'll create an img tag, and in the source let's type images/blog1.jpg, and now we can see we have the thumbnail displayed. And after that we need to have this post body content displayed over here. So I'll just create paragraphs for that, and let's add all of them inside a post body division. Let's create paragraph and add the paragraphs over here. So I'll just do the same for all the paragraphs. So we have added all the content, and after the content we need to add the recent posts. So if we take a look at this design, we can see that it is the same as the blog list page. So if you go back to the blog list page, here we can see that we have this design, and we have the same design for the recent posts. So let's go ahead and add that. We just need to change, I think, the font size of the heading. So let's go ahead and copy this element. Let's go back to the blog list page, and let's copy this blog list division, and let's paste it over here. Let's go outside the post body division, and let's paste the blog list division over here, and we just need to add 2 recent posts. So let's go back and delete all the extra posts we have over here. So this is the first card, and this is the second card. Let's remove all the other cards. And now if we go back, here we can see that we have the recent post displayed over here. We just need to change this heading. So let's scroll up, and here instead of all posts we need to type recent posts. And that's basically it with the single post page HTML. Now let's go ahead and add the CSS and make it look like this. So let's go to our CSS file, and here let's start adding the styles. First of all, let's style the breadcrumbs. So let's type breadcrumbs over here, and let's add a background color of F3, 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 which is a light gray color. And we need to set the width of the element to fit content, and let's set the font size to 14 pixels, and let's add a padding of 0 top and bottom, 24 pixels left and right. And let's add a line height of 1.8 so that if it is displayed in multiple lines we have some gap. And let's add some margin bottom. So let's type margin bottom of 24 pixels, and let's add a border radius. So let's type border radius, and let's set it to 4 pixels. And now we can see we have these rounded corners. Alright, now let's style this post heading. So for the H1, here inside the single post.html page, we have this heading with the class of post heading. So let's type post heading, and let's set the font size to 40 pixels, and let's set the line height to 120%. Right, now let's style this meta. So we have a division with the class of post meta. So let's type post meta, and let's set the display to flex direction to column, and let's add a gap of 8 pixels. So this is adding a gap between this line of text and these labels. Right, now let's add some margin top for this thumbnail so that it has some separation from these labels. So let's type post container thumbnail, And let's set the margin top to 32 pixels. Right now we need to add this line at the bottom of this post body, and we need to add some padding and some margin. So let's do that. Let's go back over here and let's type post container, post body, and let's add a margin bottom of 60 pixels. And let's add a padding bottom of 60 pixels as well. And let's set the border bottom to 1 pixel solid db. And here we can see we have this separator. And the last thing we need to do is change the size of this heading. So for that, let's go back over here and let's add some class to this container. So here for the cards container, I'll just type recent posts container. And here let's type post container, recent posts container. And in that we have the heading. So we have the S3. So let's type S3. And let's set the font size to, let's try 20 pixels. And I think that looks all right. Right now, the last thing we will do is when we are on smaller screens, we'll just decrease the font size of this heading. So let's go to the mobile version. And here we have this font size. So let's go back. And here let's go ahead and type at media. And let's add a max width of 800 pixels. So whenever the screen width is less than 800 pixels, we just type post heading and let's set the font size to 36 pixels. And here we have this heading displayed in a smaller font size. So everything is working all right. And we have the recent post displayed over here. We have the sidebar displayed at the bottom. So that's basically how you can design this single post page using HTML and CSS. So the 404 page is basically a page that is shown when the user enters any invalid link over here. So for example, if the user types testing.html over here, and here we can see that this is how our page looks right now. But when the user goes to a page that doesn't exist in our website, we need to show a better screen. So this is what we're going to design in this video. We're going to create this 404 page. We can see we have this image over here and we have some information. It has some details about the error, and here we have the actions that the user can take. And we also have the link to go to our home page. So this is also responsive. So if I decrease the width of the browser window, this is how it will look on smaller screens. So let's create this in this video. Let's get started. Now for the 404 page, let's create a new file called notfound.html. And let's copy all the code from this single post page. So let's select everything and copy and paste it over here for not found. And now let's go ahead and delete everything inside the page container. So we don't want to have this sidebar and also this content, but we want to have the header and the footer. So for that, let's go ahead and delete everything inside the post container division. So here we have this content, and in that we have all the text content, and here we have the aside, which is the sidebar. So let's delete both these divisions from here. And now we can see we have the container. So we can just type 404 page over here, and let's go to the 404 page. So let's type notfound.html, and this is how it looks. Now right now we are going to the notfound.html page to display the 404 page. But if you're using this design in a theme for WordPress or Blogger, they have specific ways of displaying 404 pages. So you can just go ahead and add the design to that section. And whenever the user enters any invalid URL, they'll be taken to that design. So right now, let's go ahead and design this. So here in the container, let's go ahead and create two divisions, one for the left side, and let's create one for the right side. So I'll just give it a class of right. And let's also add a class called notfound over here so that we can style this container differently. Now on the left side, we need to have the image. So let's create an img tag and let's type images / and we have this image called 404.svg. And on the right side, we need to have some text. So let's go ahead and create an h1 tag and let's give it a class of text 404. Let's add a hyphen over here, and here in this h1, let's just type 404. And let's create a paragraph tag, and here let's add this text that we have in this page. So let's copy this and paste it over here. And then we need to have an unordered list. So let's copy this and let's create a heading for this. So I'll just type h4 and let's paste it over here. And let's create an unordered list. and in that we'll have list items. And for the first list item, let's go ahead and copy this and paste it over here. And for the second list item, let's create an anchor tag, and we will type hash for now. And here you can add the link of your home page. So let's type visit our home page. So that's basically it with our HTML. So if you go back to our website, this is how it looks. Now let's go ahead and style this using CSS. So let's go to a style.css file. Let's scroll down and let's create a new comment called 404 page. And the first thing we will do is we will target this division with the class of not found and container. So let's type not found dot container, and here let's set the display to flex, align items to the center, and justify content to the center as well. Right now we need to have the same width for the left and the right divisions. So for that, let's go ahead and type not found dot container left and not found dot container right, and let's set the flex to 1. So this will set the same width to both these divisions. Right now let's go ahead and set the height for the image. So I'll just type not found left image, and let's set the height to 300 pixels, and let's set the width to auto. And now we need to bring this image to the center. So for that, let's target the left division. Let's type not found left, and let's set the display to flex, justify content to the center. And now the image is in the center. Now let's target this text 404 heading. So let's type text 404, and let's set the font size to 180 pixels, and let's set the font weight to 800, and let's set the line height to 100%. And this is how it looks. Now for the paragraph, let's go ahead and add a margin. So let's type not found p, and let's set the margin to 8 pixels top and bottom, 0 for left and right. Right now let's style this h4 inside the not found division. So let's type not found h4, and let's set the font size to 20 pixels. Right now let's style these list items. So let's type not found ulli, and let's type margin of 8 pixels top and bottom, 0 for left and right. And now for this link we need to add an underline and also change the color. So let's type not found a, and let's set the text decoration to none, and let's set the color of the text to var accent color. We need to change it to underline, not none. So now we have the underline for the link. Right now let's quickly make this responsive. So let's decrease the width of the browser window, and for smaller screens we need to have a max width set for this right division. So let's tap at media, and let's tap max width of 1000 pixels, and let's tap not found right, and let's add a max width of 500 pixels, and text align to the center. So this is how it will look on smaller screens. Let's also change the height of this image. So let's tap not found left img, and let's set the height to 240 pixels. Let's also change the size of this text. So we have a heading with a class of text 404, and let's set the font size to 120 pixels. And now for the list items, we need to have a text align of left. So here let's type text align left, and this is how it looks. So that's basically it with the mobile version of our 404 page, and everything is working alright. We have everything working alright on desktop version as well. And for the mobile menu items, it is not displayed at the top, so let's fix that. Let's go back to the mobile menu items selector, and here we have the mobile menu item selector, and here we have set the position to fixed. Let's also type top of 0, and now we can see that it looks alright. So with that, we have designed our 404 page. Now in this video, I'll show you how to create the search button over here, and when we click on the search button, we need to display the search box. So here we can see we have the search button over here at the navigation menu, and if I click on that, we have the search box displayed over here, and we can type the search term over here. And here we can see that it says escape, and if I press escape, we can see that the search box disappears, and we can click on the search button to search for that term, and we can also click outside this search box to hide the search box. And this is also responsive. So if I decrease the width of the browser window, this is how it will look on smaller screens. So on smaller screens, we have a smaller width for the search input field, and we don't have the escape button displayed on smaller screens. So let's go ahead and design this in this video. Let's get started. Right here, I'm in my source code, and we're going to add this into the single post.html file. And let's go to the nav bar. So here we have the nav bar, and if we go to our website, here we can see that in the nav bar we have the logo and we have these menu items on the right side. Now if you go ahead and add a new division over here after this menu items, and if I just name it search icon, and let's go ahead and get the icon from heroicons.com. So here I'm in heroicons.com, and let's search for search, and let's copy this icon from here and let's paste it over here. So now we have added this search icon, and let's go back to our website, and it is not being displayed. So let's add some basic CSS. So let's go to style or CSS file, and here at the bottom let's go ahead and type search box as a comment, and here let's type search icon SVG, and let's set the width of the search icon to, let's try 24 pixels, and I think that looks alright. But here we can see that our menu items have switched to the center. Now we want all of this to be together, so let's go back and let's go to the HTML file, and let's cut this search icon from here, and let's paste it inside this menu items division. And now we can see that everything is displayed correctly. Now on smaller screens we need to have this search icon as well, so let's go to the mobile version, and here in smaller screens we can see that the menu items are not being displayed, so we need to add the search icon separately. So let's go ahead and copy this division from here, and let's go to the menu icon division, and here let's create a container division, and let's give it a class of mobile icons container, and let's add this division inside the mobile icons container. So we have the menu icon, and let's also add the search icon, so let's paste it over here. And now we can see we have both these icons over here, so let's go ahead and display these one next to the other. So let's go over here to style or CSS file, and let's type @media, and let's add a max width of 800 pixels, and here let's type mobile icons container, and let's set the display to flex, and let's add a gap of 24 pixels. And we need to hide this in larger screens, so let's go back, and here let's go to the hidden items section. So here let's go ahead and add mobile icons container, and now we can see that the mobile icons are not displayed in desktop version. Right now let's start designing the search input field. So if I click on the search icon, we have this screen over here. So let's go back and let's go to the single post.html file, and here let's create a division, and let's give it a class of search container, and here let's create a division with the class of search input container, and in that we will have an input field, and let's set the type to text, and let's add a placeholder, and let's type search this website, and let's go outside this, and let's go ahead and create a button, and let's give it a type of submit, and let's add a class of search button, and here let's type search. Now on the left side of the input field we need to have this icon, so let's create a division with the class of icon over here, and let's add the icon. So let's copy the SVG, so let's copy this SVG from here, and let's paste it over here inside the icon division. Right now let's style this using CSS, so let's go to a style or CSS file, and right now this is how it looks. So let's go ahead and first of all let's target the search container, so let's type search container, and let's set the position to fixed, and let's set the display to grid and place items to the center, and let's set the inset to 0 so that the left, right, top and bottom positions are set to 0. So now we can see that everything is centered, and let's go ahead and add a background color, and let's set the color to RGBA 0, 0, 0 and 0.8, and let's bring it to the top of all the other elements. So let's type Z index, and let's set it to, let's try 800, and let's also add a blur. So let's tap backdrop filter, and let's set the blur value to 8 pixels, Right now, let's go ahead and style this input field. So let's go ahead and type search container input with the type of text. And let's set the width of the input field to 700 pixels. And let's set a border radius of 8 pixels. And let's set the font size to 20 pixels. And let's set the padding top and bottom to 16 pixels. Now if I click on this, we can see that we have this outline of blue color. So let's remove that. I'll just type search container input field with a type of text. Now let's type colon focus, and let's set the outline to none. And now we don't have the outline. And let's also remove the default border that we have over here for this input field. So let's type border none. Right now we need to bring this icon on the left side of this input field. So for that, let's go ahead and set the position of the container, which is search input container, to relative, so that we can position this icon relative to this. So let's go ahead and type search container, search input container, and let's set the position to relative. And now let's target the icon. So let's type search container icon. And here we can see we have this division with the class of icon. And here for the icon, let's set the position to absolute. And let's set the left position to 16 pixels of the search input container. And let's set the top to 50%. And let's set the content to blank. And now let's set a width for the icon. So let's type search container icon SVG. And let's set the width to 24 pixels. And here we can see this is how this icon looks right now. Now we have set the top value to 50%, so it starts from the 50% mark. So we also need to type transform translate y of negative 50%. And now it is exactly in the center. And now for this input field, we need to add some padding left so that it is displayed after this icon. So let's go to the input field. And here let's add a padding left of 60 pixels. And I think that looks alright. Now here on the right side, we need to have this text displayed called escape. So for that, let's use an after selector. So here I'll just type search container input with the type of text colon colon after. Let's set the content to escape. Now let's go ahead and position this escape relative to the search input container. So I'll just delete this from here. And here let's type search input container. And now let's go ahead and add some styles over here. So let's type top of 50% and transform translate y of negative 50%. And let's set the right value to 16 pixels. And we also need to set the position to absolute. And let's set the font size to 13 pixels. And let's add a padding of 4 pixels top and bottom, 8 pixels left and right. And let's add a background color of RGBA 187, 187, 187 and 0.2 for the opacity. And let's add a border. So let's type border of 1 pixel solid RGBA 000 and 0.2. And let's also add rounded corners. So I'll just type border radius of 4 pixels. And that's it with our escape key. Now let's style this button. So for the button, we have a class of search btn. So let's go ahead and add that over here. I'll just type search container search btn. And let's add a padding of 12 pixels top and bottom, 24 pixels left and right. Let's set the font size to 16 pixels. And let's set the font weight to bold. And let's set the border to none. Let's add a background color of var light color. And let's add a border radius of 8 pixels. Right now, let's go back to the HTML file, and we need to add all of this inside a form. So here, let's create a form element, and let's cut this ending tag from here, and let's paste it over here. And let's add this button inside the form, and let's also set the width of the button. So here for the button, let's type width of fit content. And this is how our search box looks. So everything is looking all right. Now let's quickly style the mobile version. So let's decrease the width of the browser window. And here let's add media query. I'll just tap add media, max width of 1000 pixels. And here for the search container, let's set the width of the form to 100%. And let's add some padding for the search container. So here let's tap padding of 32 pixels. And let's set the width of the input field to 100% as well. So here let's type search container input with a type of text, and let's set the width to 100%. And let's set the font size to 18 pixels. And let's go ahead and hide this escape key from here. So let's tap search container, search input container, : after. And let's go ahead and set the display to none. And now we can see that we don't have the escape key displayed in smaller screens. And here we have the escape key displayed in larger screens. Right now let's add the functionality of displaying the search box when we click on the search icon. And when we click outside the search box, it should disappear. And when we click on the escape key, also it should disappear. So let's do that. Let's go to this search container selector. And by default, we'll set the opacity to 0. And let's set the pointer events to none by default. And when we click on the search icon, we will add an active class to this search container. So let's tap search container dot active. And here let's type opacity of 1. And let's set the pointer events to auto. And let's add a smooth transition over here. So I'll just tap transition of all 300 milliseconds ease. So now we can see that the search box is not being displayed. And if you go to the HTML file, and if I add the active class over here, then here we can see that the search box is displayed. So now let's add and remove the active class using JavaScript. So let's go to the main.js file, and first of all, let's target some of the elements. So let's target the search container because we need to add and remove the active class. So let's type equals document.querySelector search container. And we need to target the search icons. So let's type search icons equals document.querySelector all, because we have multiple icons. And let's type search icon. And now let's target the search input field. So let's type const search input equals document.querySelector search input container, and input with a type of text. And then lastly, we need to target the search input container equals document.querySelector search input container. Right now, let's add event listeners for all the search icons. So let's add a comment. I'll just type search icon, and let's type search icons dot for each, and let's loop through all the search icons. So let's type search icon for each of the search icon, and here let's type search icon dot add event listener, and we'll listen for the click event. And when we click on the search icon, we need to display the search container. So let's type search container dot class list dot add, and let's add a class of active. Now if we go back to our website, and if I click on the search icon, we can see that the search input field is being displayed. Let's also add a cursor of pointer for this icon. So let's go back over here, and let's go to the search icon. So here let's tap search icon, and let's set the cursor to pointer. And now we can see that the search input field is being displayed. Now we need to hide this when we press the escape key. So let's go back, and here let's type document.add event listener, and let's listen for the key down event. And here we get some value, so I'll just call it E, and here let's type e.key equals escape. So if you press the escape key, then this will execute. So let's type search container dot class list dot remove active, and we'll also clear the value of the input field. So let's type search input dot value equals blank. Right now let's click on the search icon, and we have this input field. Let's press escape, and it disappears. Right now let's go ahead and add some value over here, and let's see whether it clears. So let's escape, and let's go back, and the value is still there. So let's go back, and let's see what's the problem. And the search input, let's go to the search input, and here we have a typo. We don't have the ending single quotes. So now it should work. Let's go back, and let's click on this search icon. Let's type something over here, and let's press escape. And now let's go back, and here we have the input field displayed. So everything is working all right. Now when we click on the search icon, we should automatically have the cursor displayed over here so that it is easier for the user to type something over here. So I think we don't have a padding at the right side, so let's add a padding over here as well. So let's go back and let's go to the input field, and here let's add a padding right of 70 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Right now let's go ahead and focus on this input field when we click on the search icon. So for that, let's go back and let's go to the main.js file, and here for this event listener, let's also add search input dot focus. And now if we click on the search icon, we can see that we already have the focus on the input field. Now the last thing we need to do is when we click outside the search input field, we need to hide it. So let's go back, and here let's add an event listener. So let's type document.add event listener, and we'll listen for the click event, and let's create an arrow function over here, and I'll just type E for the event that we get. And here let's add an if condition, and let's type if e.target.closest. Now this will check whether we have this selector. So let's type search input container, and we also want to select the search icon. So let's type e.target.closest search icon. So when we don't click on any of these elements, we need to remove the active class from the search container. So here I'll just type return, so it will not do anything when we click on these two elements. And here let's go ahead and type search container dot class list dot remove, and let's type active over here, and let's set the search input value to blank. Right now let's see whether this works. So let's click on the search icon, and we have this input field displayed over here. Let's click somewhere outside, and it disappears. And if we click inside this input field, we don't have any problem, it doesn't disappear. But if we click outside, it disappears. So everything is working alright. Let's check out the mobile version, and let's click on this search icon. We have this input field displayed, and everything is working alright over here as well. So that's basically how you can add this search icon and search input field to your website. Right here I have logged into my Blogger dashboard, and I have this website called Live Blogger created in Blogger. Now here I also have these posts created. So you can go ahead and create a new blog and start adding some posts for working with our design. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to go to theme, and right now the theme that is set is called Contempo-Lite. So if we open our website, this is how it looks. This is the Contempo-Lite theme which comes by default with Blogger. And let's go ahead and change this to our current website that we have over here. So for that, let's go to our theme tab, and let's click on this arrow, and let's click on edit HTML. Now before making changes to your website theme, just go ahead and create a backup of this code. So you can just select all and copy this and paste it somewhere. Right now let's go ahead and delete all of this, and let's add our HTML over here. So let's go to our source code, and this is the source code of our website. So let's copy everything from here, and let's paste it over here. And now let's go ahead and save this, and let's see what we get. So let's click on save. And here we can see we have some errors. So the first thing is that we have this ampersand symbol over here. Now since this is XML code, we need to add ampersand AMP semicolon. So let's search for ampersand. And here we have ampersand. So let's change this to ampersand AMP semicolon. And let's click on save. Now the next error that we have over here is that there should be one and only one skin in the theme. So we need to add a skin. So let's go over here to head. So this is the head section, and here let's add a B skin. So to add a B skin, you can just type less than B colon skin. And you need to close this over here. So I'll just type less than / B colon skin. And here in the skin, we need to add a C data. So let's type less than exclamation square brackets C data, and open square brackets and close it. And here we need to close the angle brackets as well. Now in this B skin, we can add our CSS. So let's go to our source code, and let's go to the CSS file. So this is the style.css file. So I'll just copy everything from here, and let's paste it inside the B skin tag. And now let's click on save. Now the next error that we have over here is that we did not find any section in your theme. So we need to add at least one section. So let's go inside the body tag, and here let's create a section. So let's type less than b colon section, and let's add an ID for the section, and I'll just type main for now, and let's close the section over here. And now let's click on save, and now we can see that our update was successful. Let's go to our website and reload, and this is how our website looks right now. We can see that everything looks alright. We don't have the images displayed as of now. Now let's scroll down, and we have all the sections displayed over here except the images. Let's take a look at the mobile version, and it also looks alright. We don't have the image for the icon. Everything else is looking alright. Right, now the next thing we will do is we will add all the images. So let's go back, and in our theme editor we don't have the option of adding images. So we need to add the images in a post or a page, and we need to get the link and paste it over here. So let's save this, and let's go back to our dashboard, and let's go over here to pages, and let's create a new page for the images. So I'll just create a new page over here, and here I'll just type images for the theme, and here we can add the images. So you can just click on this insert image button and click on upload from computer, and here you can just click on browse, and here we have all the images of our website. So previously we had these SVG images, and the SVG images are not supported in our Blogger website. So I just converted them to WebP images. So you can just search for free SVG to WebP converter, and you can convert these images. So I'll just go ahead and select all these images. So we have these WebP images for the SVG, and we have these PNG and JPG images. So I'll just select these as well. And we don't need to select these blog images because they are going to be dynamically fetched from the posts. So let's click on open. And here we can see all the images have been added. So let's select these images, and we need to change the size to original size. So I'll just do that for all the images. Now for some of these I have selected X large instead of original size because I think the original size is too large. Then we have Spotify menu icon and all these other icons. And let's also change the size of this icon. Let's change this to X large. And now we don't need to publish this page. We can just get the URLs from right clicking over here and clicking on copy image address. So let's do that for all the images in our theme. So let's go back to our theme, and let's scroll down. And the first image that we need is the close icon image. So let's go back over here, and let's scroll down, and let's search for the close icon. So here we have the close icon. I'll just click on it and right click and click on copy image address, and I'll just paste it over here inside the source. And let's scroll down, and then we have the menu icon. So let's go back over here. Let's search for the menu icon, and here we have it. Let's right click over here and click on copy image address, and I'll just paste it over here. Let's scroll down, and then we have this image for the hero image. So this is the hero image. I'll just right click over here and click on copy image address, and let's paste it over here. Let's scroll down, and then we have these logos for these companies. So first we have Airbnb. Let's right click over here, copy image address, and paste it over here. Then we have Spotify. So I'll just right click and copy image address and paste it for Spotify. And then we have Google and Canva. And now let's scroll down, and then we have this check icon. So let's copy the link, and let's paste it over here. And we have the check icon over here as well. And if you scroll down, we have the check icon for the other section as well. So let's paste it over here and here, and let's scroll up. And then we have image1.jpg. So if we go to our website, this is the image1.jpg. So let's get the link. So I'll just right click and click on copy image address, and let's paste it over here. And then we have the images for service 1 and service 2 and also service 3. So this is a service 1 image, and then we have service 2 and 3. So let's copy the link and paste it over here for service 1. And let's copy this link and let's paste it over here. And then lastly, let's copy this link and let's paste it over here. Let's scroll down, and here we have the image 2, and this is the image 2. So let's copy the link of this image and I'll just paste it over here. And let's scroll down, and then we have these blog images. So just keep it as it is for now. And then we have the footer, and we need to have these social media icons. So let's copy these icons from here. So here we have Instagram. I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it over here. And then we need to have the logo for X. So let's copy this. I think this is the logo. And let's paste it over here. I think this is for Dribble. So let's paste it for Dribble. And let's copy the logo for X. And this is the logo for X. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. And here you can go ahead and add the links of your social media pages inside the href. Right now, let's go ahead and save this. And let's go back to our website and let's see how it looks. Let's reload this page. And this is how our website looks right now. Let's scroll down, and here we have all the images displayed correctly. And the footer is also being displayed correctly. Now for these images, I don't think we have the correct width. So here we can see that we have a larger width for the images. So let's go back to our page and let's change the size of these images. So let's click on this settings icon and let's change this to original size. And let's do the same for this image right here. And now let's copy these links. So let's copy this link right here. Right click and click on copy image address. And let's paste it over here. So this is the image. I'll just paste the new link over here. And let's scroll down, and we have the other image right here. So let's copy the link and let's paste it over here. And now let's click on save. And let's go back to our website. Let's reload this page. And now we can see that the correct image size has been loaded. Right now, let's go to our mobile version and let's see how it looks. Now this is how the mobile version looks. Now for this menu icon, we have a lot of width, so we need to change it. So if you right click over here and go to inspect, here we can see that we have this division with the class of menu icon, and we can just change the width over here. So I'll just type width 32 pixels, and this is how it looks. So let's do the same for the close icon and the menu icon. Let's go back over here and let's search for dot menu icon, and let's search for it again. And here we have the CSS of the menu icon. I'll just change the width to 32 pixels, and let's search for close icon. And here let's change the width to 32 pixels as well. And let's click on save. And let's go back to our website and reload. And let's go to the mobile version. And here we can see we have the correct size for the image. And if I click on this menu icon, nothing happens right now. So let's add the JavaScript as well. Let's scroll down, and here, instead of this main.js file, we need to write our JavaScript directly inside the script tag. So I'll just create this ending script tag over here, and let's add the JavaScript in here. So let's go back to our source code. Let's go to the main.js file, and let's copy all this JavaScript from here, and let's paste it over here. And now let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload. Let's go to the mobile version, and let's click on this icon. And we have the mobile menu items displayed over here. and the close icon is also working alright. Now the last thing we will do in this video is we will add the search box. So if you go to our website and if you go to this page right here, we can see that we have added the search icon. So let's add this to our theme. Let's go back to our theme code and let's scroll to the start of the body tag, and let's go back to our source code, and we have added the search box inside the single post. So here we have the search container, so I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it over here after this mobile menu items. And then we need to add the icons. So we have the search icon inside this menu items. So let's copy this from here and let's add it inside the menu items. And we need to add it for the mobile version as well. So here we can see that we have added this search icon beside the menu icon. So I'll just copy this. And we need to add this container division. So here we can see we have this menu icon. So I'll just go ahead and create a division. And let's give it a class of mobile icons container. And let's add this menu icon division inside this container division. And let's paste the search icon after this menu icon. And I'll just go ahead and tab this over to the right side. And now let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website and let's reload. And now we can see we have the search icon displayed over here. And if I click on that, we have the search box displayed and everything is working alright. Let's go to the mobile version. And here also we have the search icon displayed and everything is working alright. So with that, we have added our homepage design to our Blogger theme. In this video, we will create the 404 page. So if you go over here to this URL, and if I type something over here which doesn't exist in our website, and if I press enter, right now we have just the home screen displayed over here. That's because we haven't added the functionality of the 404 page. So in this video, we will do that. Let's get started. Alright, here I'm in my Blogger dashboard, and let's go over here to theme and let's click on this arrow and edit HTML. Now this is our progress as of now. So let's scroll down and let's take a look at how our website is structured. So here we can see we have this division with the class of mobile menu items, and after that we have this search container, and after that we have the container, and in the container we have this nav, and the nav is till here, and after that we have the header. Now we need to display just the nav and the footer in all the pages, and we need to display all the other content just on the home page. So I'll just go ahead and end this container division over here just after the nav. So here let's type the ending tag of a div, and here for the header, let's go ahead and create a div and let's give it a class of container. So now we have separated this nav from the header, and now we will be able to add a condition where we can just display the following on the home page. So for that, let's go ahead and add an if condition over here. So in Blogger, you can just type less than b:if, and you can add the condition inside the cond attribute. Now there are multiple conditions in a Blogger website. So the one we're going to use is data::view.is homepage. So this will check whether we are on the home page. And let's fold this container. This is the hero section. Let's fold this as well. This is the featured section. Then we have the about section, the services section, the why section, and the blog section. And then we have the contact section. And after that, we have the footer. So let's add everything till here inside this if condition. So just add the ending if tag over here. So I'll just type less than /b::if. Now everything that we have inside this b::if condition will be displayed on the home page since we have added this condition over here. So now let's go ahead and save this. And now let's go to our website and let's reload. And now we can see that when we are not on the home page, we don't have the content of the home page displayed over here. But if you go to the home page, so let's remove this and let's go to the home page. And now we can see that all the content of our home page is displayed over here. So let's go back to a random page. Right now let's create the 404 page. So when we are on a random URL which doesn't exist in our website, then we need to display the 404 page. So I think in our original website, we have created the notfound.html page, and this is the 404 page. So let's go back over here and let's fold this if condition. And now let's create another if condition. So let's type less than b colon if cond, and here in the condition, let's type data colon view dot is error. So this is the condition for the 404 page. So when we don't have the URL present in our website, then all the code inside this if condition will be executed. So let's go to our source code, and here in the source code, let's go to the notfound.html page, and let's copy the content of the 404 page. And here we can see we have the mobile menu items and the nav bar, and they are already there in our website over here. So let's copy just this post container division. So this is the actual content of the 404 page. So just copy it till here, just before the footer, and let's paste it inside this if condition. And now here we need to add this image. So let's go ahead and go back to our dashboard, and we had uploaded all the images in our page. So let's go to this image for the theme page, and let's find the image for 404. So this is the image. I'll just right click over here, and let's click on copy image address. Let's go back and let's paste it over here in this source. And here we have the link to visit our homepage. So for that, let's add the link of our homepage. Now here you can go ahead and simply copy and paste this link and add it over here instead of this hash. So you can add it like this. But I'm going to show you a better way. So let's remove this. And let's change this href into an expression. So let's type expr colon href. Now here we can add any Blogger specific expressions. So here let's go ahead and type data colon blog dot homepage URL, and this will echo the homepage URL and add it inside this href. And while we are here, let's also copy this expression and let's add it to our logo over here. So let's paste it over here. And now let's go ahead and click on save, and let's go back to our page and reload. And now we can see our 404 page is being displayed over here. And if you go to the home page, so let's click on this visit our homepage link. Here we don't have the content of the 404 page displayed. So everything is working all right. All right, now we have two pages in our website. We have the home page and we have the 404 page. All right, so with that, we have added the 404 page of our website. So now in this video, we will create the blog list page. So if you go back to our original design, and if I just go over here to view all posts, we can see that we have this design over here where we have the list of all the blog posts displayed over here. So in this video, we'll create this page for our Blogger template. So let's get started. Now here, if you go to the home page, here we have this custom design for the home page. So to display all our posts, we're going to go to this URL right here where we will write the homepage URL /search. And here we will get a list of all the posts. So let's go ahead and link this page to our view all posts button. So let's go to the template code, and here I'll just search for view all posts, and this is our button. So let's change this href into an expression, and here we will add the link of this search page. So I'll just go ahead and delete this, and here let's type data colon blog dot homepage URL, and we need to add some more elements over here. So let's type plus, and in double quotes let's type /search, and now let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back to our theme and go to the home page, and now if you click on this view all posts button, we can see that we are taken to the search page, and we have two / over here. So let's go back over here, and I'll just remove this / from here, and let's click on save. Let's go back and let's go to the home page. Let's reload the page and let's scroll down. Let's click on the view all posts button, and now we can see we have the correct URL. Now to display all the blog posts, we need to use the blog widget from the Blogger theme. So let's go to our template, and I'll just go ahead and fold this if condition over here. So here we have this if condition. So I'll just fold this, and we have another if condition for the error page. So let's fold that as well. And let's go just before the footer. And here we'll add an if condition. And let's type in the condition. Let's type not data:view.is homepage. So this should not be displayed on the homepage. And let's add one more condition, and let's type data:blog.page type equals index. So whenever the page type is index and it is not the home page, so index means the page type where a list of posts are displayed. So let's end the if condition over here. Now here we'll create a section. So let's type $b:section. Let's give it an ID of blog container, and let's close the section over here. And now let's create a widget. So let's type $b:widget, and let's set the type to blog, and let's set the ID to blog1. And now if we save this, Blogger will automatically create some code for us. So let's click on save. So now if we fold this, and here we can see that we have some code automatically generated by Blogger. So it has all the code necessary for displaying the posts. So now let's go back to our website, and now let's reload this page. And now we can see that all these blog posts are displayed over here. We have all the thumbnails and all those things displayed over here, but the styling is not correct, and we will fix that. Let's go to the home page, and now if you scroll down, we don't have the post displayed over here. We only have it displayed on the index pages. So now let's go ahead and style this. So let's go back to our template code, and we need to search for an ID of post. So let's press Command F or Control F, and let's search for ID equals post. And here we can see we have this includable with an ID of post, and let's delete everything inside this includable. So I'll just select all of this, and let's delete it. And for testing, I'll just add an h2, and let's tap testing over here. And now this should display testing instead of all these blog posts. So let's click on save, and let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that testing is displayed for all the blog posts. Now let's go ahead and add our custom design. So let's go back to our source code, and let's go to the blog list page. And here we have this card. So we should have this division with the class of card for each of the cards. So I'll just copy one of these from here, and let's paste it. So I'll just search for ID of post, and I'll just delete h2 of heading from here, and let's paste our code right here. And here, instead of the image, I'll just add a temporary image that we have. So I'll just go back to our dashboard, and let's go over here to pages, and let's click on image for the theme page. Now just copy one of these images from here. So let's copy this one, and let's right click over here and click on copy image address. Let's go back, and let's paste it over here for the image. This is just so that we can test everything. And now let's go ahead and click on save. And now let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that we have the image and our design displayed over here, but the styling is not yet correct. So we need to add all these other divisions that we have over here. So we need to add the cards container division. We also have the blog list, content container, and post container divisions. So let's do all of that. Let's go back over here to the template. And now we need to go to the place where this includable with an ID of post is used. So for that, we can just search for name equals post. And this is where the includable is being used. And if you scroll up here, we can see that we have the B loop, which is looping through all the posts in our Blogger website. So here we have some other divisions that are being added. So I'll just go ahead and delete all of these. We don't need any of these in our design. If you're not sure about these, you can just go ahead and comment all of these out by just typing less than, exclamation, hyphen, hyphen, and end it with hyphen, hyphen, greater than. So you can do that as well. I'll just go ahead and delete all of this. And here we can see inside this loop, we have this division of the class of post outer, but we don't want to have that. We want to have all the cards inside this cards container. And let's delete this div from here, and let's go ahead and add that division before the loop. So let's go back over here, and let's copy this cards container division, and I'll just paste it over here. And we also have these other divisions, so let's copy all of these, and let's paste it over here just before this cards container division. And now we need to close all of these divisions that we just created. So I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 divisions over here. So let's close all of them. Let's go outside this B loop, and here let's add the closing tags for all these divs. So I'll just add the closing divs over here. Now since this code is not formatted or indented clearly, we cannot verify whether we have closed all the divs. So let's just test it out. Before that, I'll just go ahead and add the sidebar as well. So here we can see that we have this sidebar aside. So I'll just copy this aside from here, and let's paste it over here. So for now, I just add the aside, I think after the content. So I'll just add it over here. I think this is the correct place, and let's check whether it is the correct place. So let's go ahead and click on save, and here we have some problems. We have the ampersand symbol over here, so I'll just change this to ampersand AMP semicolon and save this. And I think we have it somewhere else as well, and it is right here. So let's add AMP semicolon and save this. And here we can see that we need to add one more ending div tag. So let's add that over here, and let's click on save. And now I think everything looks alright. So let's go back over here and reload. And now we can see that all these posts are displayed correctly. We have the correct styling, but the sidebar is at the bottom. So I'll just right click over here and go to inspect, and let's see how it is structured right now. So right now the sidebar is displayed after the post container. We need to display the sidebar inside this post container. So we need to bring this sidebar inside this post container div. So let's go back, and I'll just go ahead and add an ending tag over here for the div. And let's go to the sidebar, and I'll just remove this div tag from here. So now this sidebar will be inside the previous div. So let's save this, and let's see whether it works. Let's go back to our website and reload, and it has not worked. So let's go to inspect, and let's see. So here we have the sidebar inside the post container. We need to add it inside the container as well. So it should be beside this content. So we need to add it one more step above. So I'll just cut this div from here as well. Let's scroll down, and here after the sidebar, let's add an ending tag for the div. And now I think it should work. Let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that the sidebar is displayed on the right side, and we have the blog post displayed on the left side. And we can go ahead and delete these elements from here. So let's go back, and we have the next preview button and the feed links. I'll just remove this from here. We will style this thing later. So let's save this, and let's reload. And now we can see that everything looks alright. We have the sidebar on the right side, and let's go ahead and take a look at the mobile version. And the mobile version also looks alright. We don't have any problems. So with that, we have added our structure to our blog list page. So here I have logged into my Blogger dashboard. So let's go to the theme tab, and let's click on this arrow, and let's click on edit HTML. And we had added the code for this design in the includable with an ID of post. So let's search for that. I'll just type ID equals post, and this is the includable, and in that we have this card division. And right now we are adding this static data over here. Right now let's go ahead and add our actual data. So the first thing we will do is change this href into the actual link of the post. For that, let's go ahead and change this href to an expression. So let's type expr colon, and here we can add a dynamic value. Let's type data colon post dot URL. So this will give us the URL of the current post, and then we need to display the thumbnail. Now the thumbnail is basically the first image in our post in a Blogger website. So we need to add an if condition, and we need to check whether we have a thumbnail. So let's type less than b colon if, and let's add a condition. And here in this condition we need to type data colon post dot first image URL, and this will check whether we have a thumbnail for a post. And let's go ahead and add the source over here. So I'll just delete this data, and let's change this to an expression. And here in the source, let's type data colon post dot first image URL, and for the alt, let's change this into an expression. And here let's add the title of the post. So let's type data colon post dot title. Right now let's add an else condition over here. So let's type less than b colon else, and let's close the if condition right here. And here in the else, if you don't have a thumbnail, we need to display a thumbnail placeholder. So let's go to our dashboard, and here we have added all the images inside our page called image for the theme. And let's search for the thumbnail placeholder. So this is the image that we are using for the thumbnail placeholder. I'll just right click over here and click on copy image address, and let's paste the address over here. So I'll just create an img tag. Let's add alt of data colon post dot title, and for the source we can just simply go ahead and paste this URL. And then after that we have the title, and for the title also we need to add the link of the post. So let's change this into an expression, and here let's type data colon post dot URL, and here instead of this hard-coded title, let's change this to less than data colon post dot title. So this will give us the title and display it over here inside the S3. And then we need to display the labels. Now here we can see that there are multiple labels in some of the posts, so we need to go ahead and add a loop. So I'll just type less than b colon loop, and let's set the values to data colon post dot labels. And we need to add a variable as well. So let's type var equals, and let's set the value to label. Now we can access each of the labels with this label variable. Let's close the b loop over here, and I'll just cut this line of code from here, and let's paste it over here. And here for the href, let's change this to an expression. And here let's type data colon label dot URL. And here instead of this text, let's change this to less than data colon label, which we are getting from here, dot name. And let's remove this line of code. And then lastly we need to display the post snippet over here. So let's delete this paragraph, and we need to evaluate the value over here. So for that we have to type less than b colon eval, and we need to add the expression right here. And let's set the expression to data colon post dot snippet, and let's self close this tag. Now this should display our dynamic data from the posts, and let's save this and let's see whether this works. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that the dynamic data is being fetched from the posts in our website. So here we can see that all these thumbnails and titles and all these things are displayed over here. And when we don't have a thumbnail, we have this thumbnail placeholder displayed over here. And here we can see that we have the correct links for these labels as well. So if I click on one of these labels, we can see that all the posts of that label is being displayed over here. If we click on, for example, AI, all the posts of AI are being displayed over here. So that's basically how you can add this dynamic data to your posts. Right now while we are here, let's also add the functionality of the search. So if I click on this search icon, we have this search box displayed over here. And here if I just type, let's type ChatGPT, and let's click on this search button. Right now nothing happens because we haven't added the search functionality. So let's add that. Let's go back to our theme code, and let's search for the search element. We have a division with a class of search input container, and let's search for it once again. So here we have the search, and we already have this form. So let's add some values over here. In the action, we need to change this to /search, and we need to set the method to get. And then here for the input field, we need to add a name attribute. So let's type name, and let's set the value to Q, and we can set the type to search. And then here we have the submit button, and now this should work. So let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. Now just click on this search icon and let's search for something. Let's type ChatGPT and let's click on search. And now we can see that only the search results for the current search term is displayed over here. Now here we have some problems in our styling, so we don't have the correct width for this search element. So for that, let's go back to our theme code. Let's go to the CSS. So right now we have set the search input field type to search. So let's search for .search input container. And let's search for it again for the CSS. And here we have the CSS, and in the CSS, I think here we are targeting the type of text. Let's change this to type of search. And let's scroll up, and I think we have the search over here as well. So let's change this to type of search. And let's do that over here as well. And now let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. Now let's click on this search icon, and we have the correct styling for the search. So let's search for something else. Let's go back to our list of posts. And let's search for something that has multiple posts. So I'll just search for out. And let's type out over here. And let's click on search. And now we can see that all the posts which has this title of out are displayed over here. So with that, our search functionality is working all right. And now in this video, I'll show you how to display these recent posts in the home page. So if you scroll down, here we have this blog section, and right now we are getting this data from a static code that we have. So it is not being fetched from our website. So in this video, we will fetch our latest posts from our Blogger website and display them over here. So let's get started. Now for displaying these posts, we're going to use Blogger JSON feed. So for that, you can just go over here to your website URL and just type /feeds/posts/default. And here we can add some parameters. So for example, if I just type alt equals JSON and press enter, here we can see that we have some JSON data about our posts, and here we have the feed, and in the feed we have all these data. And if you scroll down here, we can see we have the entry, and in that we have all the posts. So we can see that these are all the posts that we have. And if I open one of these, here we can see that we have the ID, we have the published date, we have the updated date, the categories, then we have the title in here, then we have the content of the blog post, and then we have all these links over here. Then we have the author name and all these things over here. We also have the URL of the thumbnail. So we're going to use all this data to design our homepage to display the latest posts. Now here we can see that we are getting all this complete post over here. Now we don't want this complete post, we just want the summary. So for that we can just change this to posts/summary. And let's press enter. And now if you scroll down and if you go to entry, here let's open one of these posts, and here we can see that we have the summary instead of the whole body of the post. Now here we can add other parameters as well. So if I just type &max results, and if I just type 3, and now if you scroll down and if you go to entry, now we can see that we just have 3 of the posts fetched over here. So we'll also use this max results parameter, because we just need to have 3 posts in our homepage. So here we can see we have the 3 posts. So let's go to our dashboard and let's go to theme. Let's click on this arrow and let's click on edit HTML. And let's scroll down and let's go to the end of the Blogger theme code. And here I'll just create a script tag. Now in the script tag we will add an src, and in the src let's type /feeds /posts /summary, and let's type question mark alt equals, and here we can see that we are adding this alt equals JSON, but in our theme code we will add alt equals JSON in script because we're going to get this data and execute some code on this data. So we will use JSON in script, and let's add an ampersand over here, and let's type max results equals 3, and let's add one more ampersand, and here we need to provide a callback function. So let's type callback, and let's name the function populate latest posts. And since this is an XML file, we need to change ampersand into amp semicolon, and here also we need to type ampersand amp semicolon. Right now let's create a script tag before this, and here I'll just create this function that we just named. So it is called populate latest posts. So here I'll just type const populate latest posts equals this function, and in this function we will get some data, and I'll just call it data over here. And for now I'll just go ahead and display the data. So let's type console.log data, and let's type data over here, and let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website, and let's go to the home page, and let's reload. Right now let's go to the console, and here we can see that we have this data, and we have some errors over here. That's because we don't have this image. So let's open the data, and in that we have the feed. Let's open the feed, and the feed we have all this data, and this is the exact data that we saw in our JSON feed. And in the feed we have the entry, and we have 3 posts because we just added max results of 3, and that we have everything just as we saw earlier. So now the next thing we need to do is we need to get just the entry because we don't need to have any other data. So let's go back to our code, and here let's create a const, and let's call it posts equals data dot feed dot entry. So this will give us the data of the entry and store it inside posts. And now the next thing we will do is we will go to our home page, and here we need to remove all this data, and we need to get the data from our blog post. So let's go to our code, and let's go to this section. So it is our latest articles. I'll just search for it. And here we have the section, and let's remove everything inside the services container. So here we have 3 divisions. We will leave this services container blank. Right now let's scroll down, and here let's target the services container, and we need to target it inside this posts division because we have the same services container over here as well. So for this post we have an ID of blog. So let's type const posts container equals document dot query selector hash blog, and then we will type services container. And now the next thing we need to do is we need to loop through all these posts. So let's type posts dot for each, and for each of the posts I'll just call it post. Let's create an arrow function over here, and now we need to extract all these details. So first of all let's extract this title. So I just type const title equals, and let's go back to our JSON feed, and here let's change this to summary. Let's scroll down and go to entry, and here we have the title, and inside the title we have $T, and there we have the title. So let's type post, which we are getting from here, dot title dot $T, and then we'll get the link of the post. So if we scroll down, here we can see that there are different values in the link array. Now what we need to have is this href, which is the last one, and it has a rel of alternate. So we need to get this one, and we need to fetch the href from here because this is the link of the post. So let's go back, and here let's type const link equals, and let's type post, and in that we have the link, and we need to find something. So let's type dot find, and here just call it L, and let's create an arrow function, and let's type L dot rel, and it should be equal to alternate, and from that we need to get the href. So let's type dot href. Right now the next thing we will do is we will get the summary. So the summary is right here, in the post we have the summary, and in that we have $T. So let's type const summary equals post dot summary dot $T, and we'll just check whether the summary is available, and if it is available then we'll just type post dot summary dot $T, or else we'll just add an empty string. And the next thing we need to get is the labels. So here we have labels inside category, that we have the two labels that we have in our post. So for that, let's go ahead and type const labels equals post dot category, and if we have the post category, then let's type post dot category dot map, and let's map through all the labels. And from the labels we need to get the term. So we have two things over here, we have the scheme and the term. We just need to get the term. So let's type cat, you can call this anything you want, equals greater than cat dot term. So this will get the term and store it inside these labels. And if you don't have the labels available, then I'll just provide an empty array. And the next thing we need to have is the thumbnail. So if you scroll down, I think for the first post we don't have the thumbnail. So let's scroll down, and here we can see for the thumbnail we have this media $thumbnail, and in that we have the URL. So let's go back over here and let's type const thumbnail equals post dot media $thumbnail, and if we have the thumbnail, then let's type post dot media $thumbnail, and if you don't have the thumbnail, then we'll provide the link of our placeholder image. So let's go back to our dashboard, and here if you go to pages, and if you click on image for the theme, here we have a placeholder image. So let's copy the link of that. So this is the image. I'll just right click over here and click on copy image address. Let's go back and let's paste it over here. And I think that's basically it with all the details that we need. Now let's go ahead and create the HTML structure. So let's create a const and let's name it post HTML equals, and let's add backticks. Now here we need to get the HTML for the service. So let's go to our source code, and here we have the HTML for the service. So let's copy it from here and let's copy it till here. Let's go back and paste it over here. And now we need to replace all of this with our details. So first of all, for the link, let's go ahead and change this to curly braces link, because we are getting the link over here. And then we have the image, so let's change this to curly braces thumbnail. And for the alt, let's type curly braces title. We are getting that from here as well. And then we have the content, and here for the link, let's change this to curly braces, and let's type link over here. And then we have the title. Let's remove this and let's add curly braces title. And then we have the labels. So for the labels, we need to loop through all the labels. So let's type curly braces and let's type labels dot map, and here let's call each of the labels label, and let's create an arrow function, and here let's return the label HTML. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it over here. And for the link, we can just type /search /label / and then the actual label. So let's type curly braces label, and we are getting that from here. And we have the class, and then here for the actual label name, let's change this to curly braces label, and then lastly we will join it with a space. And let's go ahead and remove these two lines of code from here. And then lastly we need to have the summary, so let's delete this, and here let's type curly braces summary. Alright, now let's go ahead and add this post HTML to this post container division. So let's go over here and let's type post container dot inner HTML plus equals, and we need to add the post HTML over here. Right, now let's go ahead and save this and let's see whether it works. Let's go back to our website and let's go to the home page. Let's scroll down and the posts are not visible. So let's go to our console and let's see whether we have any errors. Let's go to the console, and here we have this error, cannot read properties of undefined. So let's click on this link, and here we have this typo. It should be rel, not ref. So let's go back over here, and here we need to change this to rel. And here we have one more error. We need to change this to posts container, not post container. So here we can see we have posts. So let's change this to posts container and let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. Now here we can see that all the details are being displayed over here. We need to fix some of these things over here. The first thing we will fix is the thumbnail. So the thumbnails are not being displayed. Let's go back to our code, and for the thumbnail we need to add media $thumbnail .url for the actual thumbnail. So let's type .url and let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now the thumbnails are being displayed, but they don't have the correct resolution. So if you go to the URL of the thumbnail, let's right click over here and go to open image in a new tab. And if you take a look at the URL, here we can see that we have this S72, and this is basically the resolution. And if you change this to, for example, S300, now we can see that we have a clearer image. So let's change the value. So here let's go ahead and type .replace, and we need to replace S72 with S300, and let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see we have the clearer image, and now we need to set the height for the image. So let's go ahead and set a same height for all these images. Let's go back and let's go to the CSS and let's go to the services container. And here we will add one more selector. Let's tap .services container img, and let's set the height of the image to, let's try 164 pixels. Let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see we have the correct size for the image. Now the last thing we need to do is we need to display just two of these lines over here for this summary. So for that we will use a CSS property, and it is called line clamp. So first of all, let's go to our paragraph and let's add a class over here. So here for this p tag, let's type class equals, and let's add a class of snippet. Right now let's go to our CSS and let's search for services container, and let's scroll down, and here for the snippet let's tap services container snippet. I'll just go ahead and add snippet directly so that we can use it anywhere. And here we need to add some CSS properties. First of all, we need to set the display to -webkit box. Then we need to type -webkit box orient, and we need to set it to vertical. And then we need to type webkit line clamp, and we need to set it to 2 because we need to clamp it for 2 lines. And then we need to type overflow hidden. And then lastly we need to type text overflow ellipsis so that we have ... displayed at the end. So now let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that our blog posts are displayed over here and everything is working alright. We have the placeholder thumbnail displayed for when we don't have the thumbnail. We have the other thumbnails displayed over here. And let's see whether the links are correct. So let's click on one of these posts. This is for how to make your life easy with ChatGPT. And here we can see that we are taken to the correct link. Let's go back and let's click on this link over here, best image generation tools. So we are taken to the correct links. So the links are working alright. Let's check out the links of these labels. Let's click on AI. And here we can see that we are taken to the link of AI, and we have the posts of AI displayed over here. Let's click on technology, and we are taken to the links of the technology label. So everything is working alright. So that's basically how you can add this latest blog post details in your homepage using Blogger JSON feed. In this video, I'll show you how to create this sidebar. So we already have the design of the sidebar. Now we need to fetch these details from the Blogger website. So we need to get the details of the popular posts over here, and we need to get the comments and the categories and all those things, and we need to add them to this design. Right now we are just displaying some static data over here. So we will do that in this video. Let's get started. Now if you go back to our dashboard, and if you click on this theme tab, and if you go to edit HTML, and let's scroll down and go to our blog widget. So let's go ahead and fold all of this, and this is the error page. And here we have this if condition for displaying this list of blog posts if we are not on the home page. And this is the blog widget, and it is responsible for displaying these details of the posts. And if we fold this, we can see that it is inside this blog container section. Now inside our blog widget, we have this aside. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. If I just search for name equals post, here we can see that we have our post displayed. And if we scroll down, here we can see that we have the loop for the blog post, and here we have the aside. So this is basically the sidebar. Now this sidebar is inside the blog widget, and we need to add the popular post widget over here. So we cannot add another widget inside here. So we need to make some changes in our website structure. So let's go ahead and cut this aside from here, and we need to add it somewhere else. So let's go ahead and cut this aside from here. It is till here, so I'll just cut it. And let's go to this blog container section. And what we will do is we will cut some of the container divisions from inside our blog widget to move it outside our section so that we have the correct structure. So if we go to our source code, and if we take a look at our blog list page, here we can see that we have the post container, and in that we have the container division, and in that we have the content division, and beside the content division we have the aside. So right now the post container, and content divisions are inside this section. So we need to bring all of them outside. First of all, let's paste the aside. So I just paste the aside right here, just outside this blog container section. And now let's go ahead and copy these three divisions. So I'll just copy the opening tags, and let's paste it over here. And if we go back here, we can see that beside the content we have the aside. So after the aside, we need to close these two divisions. So let's copy these and let's paste it after the aside. And this section should be inside the div with a class of content. So let's close the content div right here. And now let's go ahead and open this. And let's scroll down, and here we can see that we have added these divisions. Now we need to remove these two divisions from here because we had added that over here. So let's go ahead and fold this blog list division, and let's remove these two divs from here. And let's also remove the ending tags. And now let's click on save, and let's see whether we have the correct structure. So let's go to our website and reload. And here we can see that the sidebar is displayed at the bottom. So let's right click over here and let's click on inspect. Let's take a look at the structure. So here we have the post container, and in that we have the container. And in the container we have the content. And in the content we have this blog container section. And the aside is outside all of this. So if we fold this, we can see that the aside is beside the post container. Now we want to add the aside beside the content, so it should be inside the container. So let's go back to our Blogger theme code and let's see what's the problem. Let's scroll down. And here we can see we have the be loop, and after that we have an if condition, and we have some ending div tags over here. So let's go ahead and delete this. I think this is causing the problem. So I'll just cut it, and let's save this and let's see whether it works. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that everything works alright. We have the sidebar displayed at the right side. And on the right side, we have a lot of padding. So let's remove it. I'll just right click over here and go to inspect. And let's take a look at our container division, which is this container division inside the post container. And let's go ahead and add a padding right of 0. And I think that solves the problem. So let's add this padding right of 0 for the post container. Let's search for it. I'll just type .post container, and let's add a padding right of 0, and let's save it. And let's go back to our website and reload. Right now everything looks alright. Now let's go ahead and add this popular post widget over here instead of our static data. So let's scroll down and go to our aside. I'll just search for it. I'll just type less than aside. And here we have the sidebar. So now what we will do is we'll just create a section. So let's type less than b colon section, and let's give it an ID of popular posts container. And let's close the section right here. And in this section, we need to add a widget. So let's type less than b colon widget. And let's set the ID of the widget to popular posts 1. And let's set the type to popular posts. And let's close the widget. Now this is the type of widget that Blogger already has. So it already has this type of popular posts. And now if you save this, it will auto-generate some code for us. So let's click on save. And here we can see that we have this auto-generated code for this popular posts widget. Now what we need to do is we need to add our design to this widget. So right now if I save this, and if I go to our website and reload, here we can see that the popular posts are being displayed over here, and we have more than 3 displayed over here. And it doesn't have the correct design because we want it to look like this. So let's go back, and first of all let's change the number of items to show to 3, and let's save this. Let's go back and reload. And now we can see that just 3 of these popular posts are displayed over here. Now let's get the content from this and add it to our design. So let's go back and let's go ahead and cut this div from here. And I'll just paste it over here at the top. And now let's go ahead and add our content. The first thing we need to identify is the thing that repeats. So in our design, this is the division with the class of card that repeats for each of the posts. So we need to add a loop just before this. So let's copy the loop from here, and this is the loop. I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it over here just after the widget content division. And now we don't need to have these 3 divisions over here. We just need to have one of them, and we will loop and generate the divisions for the number of posts. And let's go ahead and close the loop. So let's type less than /b colon loop. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will add the title. So if you scroll down, here we have the data post title. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it over here inside this anchor tag. And then we need to have the link. So let's scroll down, and here we can see for the link we have data post.href. So just copy this. I'll also copy this target blank so that it will open in a new tab. So let's copy all of this and let's paste it over here. Right now the last thing we need to add is the image. So if you scroll down, here we can see we have the code for the featured image. We have an if condition over here. So let's copy this if condition from here, and I'll just paste it over here. And now we don't need to have this div, so I'll just delete it because we don't have it in our design. We just have this img tag. So we will add an anchor tag, and in that we will have the img tag. And now let's take a look at the size of our thumbnail. So let's right click over here and go to inspect. And here we can see that the size is set to 60 by 60. So let's go back, and here we have this Blogger function called resize image, and let's set the size to 60. And now let's remove this extra ending div tag over here. Now this is the code which gets executed when we have the featured image. Now when we don't have the featured image, we need to display the placeholder thumbnail. So let's go outside this anchor tag, and let's create another anchor tag, and let's copy this same thing from here. And let's close it over here, and here we will add an img tag, and let's set the source to the placeholder image. So let's go back to our dashboard, and here if you go to pages, we have this page called image for the theme, and in that we have the placeholder image. So let's copy the link of the image. I'll just right click over here and copy image address. Let's go back and paste it right here. So when we don't have the thumbnail, this will be displayed. Now we can go ahead and delete this previous img tag that we had. Right now we need to go ahead and add this division inside the includable, because if you scroll down, here we have the includable with an ID of main, and whatever we have inside this will be displayed as the popular post. So let's cut this div from here, and let's paste it here inside the includable. I'll just delete all of this, and I'll just paste our division right here. And now let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that the popular posts are displayed over here, but we have some problems. We have the thumbnail being displayed twice. So let's go back. Now here we can see we have this if condition, and here we also need to add an else so that this code will be executed when we don't have the thumbnail. So let's add an else over here. I'll just type less than b colon else, and let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that we have the popular post displayed over here, and we have the correct design for it. Let's also take a look at the mobile version, and let's see whether the sidebar goes down. And now we can see that everything looks all right. Let's also click on the popular posts, and let's see whether we are taken to the correct link. So this is the best image generation tools out there, and here we can see that we have the correct link, and get more traffic, and we have the correct link for that as well. So everything is working all right. Now the next thing we will do is we will display the labels over here. So for that, let's go back, and here we have the recent comments. Now we will add the recent comments later, because first of all we need to create a page for displaying the single post. So now if you open this, we can see that we don't have the code for displaying the single post. So first of all we need to create that design, and then we'll be able to add comments. So we will add the comments later. Let's work on these categories. So let's scroll down, and here we have the categories list. So I'll just go ahead and create a section. So let's type less than b colon section, and let's give it an ID of labels container, and let's close the section right here. And now let's create a widget. So let's type less than b colon widget, and let's give it an ID of label1, and we have a predefined type called label. So let's use that. Now since this is predefined, if we save this, we will have some code auto generated by Blogger. So let's save this, and here we can see that we have this code auto generated. Right now the next thing we need to do is we need to replace our static data with the data from our widget. So here we have the categories heading, then we have this widget content, and in that we have this repeating element, which is the anchor tag. So we need to add the loop right here. So let's scroll up and let's copy the loop from here. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here, and let's add the ending tag right here. And we can just remove all these anchor tags. We'll just keep one of them. And let's scroll up, and here for the label, we have this data label name. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. And then we have the link. So let's take a look at the link. Here we have the link, data label URL. So let's copy this and let's paste it right here. And here we also have the label count. So let's add that also in our design. So let's copy this. Now this will display how many posts are there with the specific label. So here after the label name, I'll just create a span and let's paste it over here. And let's add some inline styling. So let's type style equals, and let's set the margin left to 4 pixels, and we will add it inside brackets. Right now we need to cut this from here and add it inside the includable. So let's cut this div from here, and let's remove everything inside the includable. So let's delete all of this, and let's paste our division right here. And now let's click on save, and let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that all the labels are displayed over here with the correct links, and we also have the number of posts displayed over here. And let's go ahead and click on one of these, and we can see that the post of that label is being displayed over here. Let's click on another one. Let's click on AI, and now we can see that the posts of AI are displayed over here. So with that, we have finished adding the labels in our sidebar. Now here for this button, you can add any link you want. So if you go over here, we can see that this is a simple anchor tag. You can just add the link of your download page over here, and then the user will be taken to that link. Alright, so that's basically it for this video. We have added the labels and the popular posts to our sidebar. Now in this video, we'll create the single post page. So if I go ahead and open one of these posts, so let's open this one right here. Now we can see that we don't have any content displayed over here because we haven't added the code for the single post page. So let's do that in this video. Let's get started. Right here, I'm in the dashboard of my Blogger website, and let's go over here to theme and let's go to edit HTML. And now if you go back to our website, and here we can see that we have all the content displayed, but if you go to any of these posts, we don't have anything displayed over here. That's because if you scroll down and if you take a look at the if condition that we have, so here for the blog widget, here we can see that we had added this if condition where data view is homepage is not true and data blog page tab is equal to index. Now this data colon blog.page tab equals index means that the page consists of a list of posts. So now in this code, the blog widget will be displayed only when we are on a page where a list of items are displayed. So we need to change this if condition right here. So let's go ahead and remove this if condition, and let's add one more thing over here. Let's type not, and let's see whether it is not the error page. So let's type data colon view dot is error. So if it is not the error page or if it is not the home page, then we need to display the blog content. Now if we just save this, and if you go to our website and reload, now we can see that our content is displayed over here, but it is not in the correct design that we want, but at least we have the content displayed. We also have the comment box displayed over here. And if you go back to the blog list, we have everything working as it is. Now what we need to do is we need to add an if condition for checking whether we are on the index page or we are on a single post page. So for that, let's go to the ID of post. So we can just search for ID equals post. And here we can see we have added some code. So this is the card and it is being displayed over here. So each of these are cards. So let's go over here and add an if condition, and let's tap b colon if, and let's set the condition as data colon view dot is single item. And here I'll just close the if condition. And for now, I'll just add an h2 and let's tap testing single page. And for all the other content, let's add another if condition. Let's type less than b colon if cond, and here let's type data colon view dot is multiple items, and let's close that after this card. So let's close the if condition right here. So now if you're on a page where multiple items are displayed, then this code will be displayed. And if you are on a single item page, then this code will be displayed. So let's save this. And let's go back to our website and reload. And here we can see that we don't have the testing text displayed. But let's open one of these posts. And now here we can see testing single page is displayed. So the if condition is working all right. Now let's add our design over here. So let's go to our source code. And here if you go to the single post.html file, here we have the design for the single post. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's copy from the breadcrumbs. And let's copy it till here where we also have the recent post displayed. So let's copy all of this and let's paste it over here. And I think there is an extra ending div, so let's delete that. And let's see whether we have the correct ending divs. So let's fold these divisions. So we have breadcrumbs, then we have post heading, post meta. We also have the thumbnail. We don't need the thumbnail over here. It will be fetched from our post. And then we have the post body. And then we have the blog list. And after the blog list, we directly have the aside. So I think we have some extra ending div tags over here. All right, so let's close this division right here. Let's close this one. Let's close this one, and here we have this div tag, and I think we need to add one more ending div tag over here. So let's type less than / div, and now let's save this. And here we have some problems. So that's because we have this ampersand symbol. So let's quickly fix that. So let's go to line number 1804 and let's change this to ampersand semicolon. Let's save this, and everything is updated successfully. Let's go back and reload. And now we can see that our design is being displayed. Now let's add our content from the blog post over here. Here, first of all, we have this breadcrumbs. Let's do that later. Let's go over here to the heading, and let's add the heading over here. Let's type less than data post dot title, and this is the heading. Let's save this, and if we go back to our website and reload, here we can see that the heading of our post is being displayed. Let's do the same for all the other content. So here we have the admin, which is the author. So for that we can just type less than data post dot author, and for the date we can just go ahead and type data post dot timestamp, and let's save this. Let's see whether everything is being displayed correctly. Let's go back over here and reload, and here we can see we have the author name and the date displayed over here. Then we have the labels, so let's go back, and here inside the labels division, let's add a B loop, and in the loop we need to get the values of the labels. So let's type values equals, and here let's type data post dot labels, and for the variable let's type label, and let's delete this anchor tag from here, and let's close the B loop right here. And here in the anchor tag we need to change the href, so let's change this into an expression, and here let's type data label dot url, and here for the label name let's type data label dot name, and then we have the post body. So let's delete all of this from here, and here we can just type less than data post dot body, and we have the blog list for the recent posts, and we will do that later. So now let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back to our website and reload, and here we can see that all the content of our blog post are displayed over here, and we have the labels also displayed over here with the correct links. Now we have a problem in the CSS of this design. So if you right click over here and go to inspect, and if you take a look at this cards container, we can see that we have this gap of 32 pixels, and we had added that for the list of blog posts, but for this page we don't need to have this gap. But in our HTML design we had a different structure, so here we didn't have the cards container. Now in our Blogger website we had to change the structure of our website. So what we will do is, when we are on a single post page, we just add a class to the body, and we will target that specific cards container, and we'll just remove the gap. So let me show you how to do that. Let's go back over here, and let's go to the start of the body tag. I'll just search for it, and here let's add less than b class. And here we can add class to the parent element based on a condition. So this will add a class to the body. So let's type condition, and let's set the condition to data view dot is single item, and then for the name we can add the name of the class. So let's set the name to single item. Right, now let's go to the CSS of the cards container. So we can just go ahead and search for cards container over here, and here let's type single item, because we had added this class single item to the body when we are on a single item page. And here let's type dot blog list cards container, and here let's set the gap to 0, and let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload, and now we can see we don't have the gap. And if we go to the list of posts, here we have the gap added. So if we go to our inspect element, let's go to the cards container, and here we can see we have the gap. And if you open one of these posts, here we don't have the gap, so it is working all right. Now let's add the content for this breadcrumbs. So for that, let's go back, and let's go to our ID of post, and here we have the breadcrumbs inside the single item. And the first thing we need to do is we need to add the link of the home page. So here let's change this into an expression, and let's type data blog dot homepage URL, and let's save this. Let's see whether we have the correct URL. Let's reload this page, And here we have the home link. Let's click on that and we are taken to the home page. So it is working all right. Let's fix the labels. Now for that we need to add the loop, and we had done that over here. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. So here I'll just add an if condition. So let's type less than b colon if, and in the condition I'll just check whether we have any labels. So let's type data colon post dot labels, and if we have the labels then this code will be executed. And let's add an else over here. So let's type b colon else, and if you don't have the labels then I'll just type uncategorized. And we need to remove this class of label from here because we don't need to have that styling. So let's save this and let's reload this page. And now we can see that both the labels are displayed over here, and we need to add a comma between these labels. So for that let's go back over here and let's add a container division. So here let's add a span because we want it to be inline. So let's type span and let's give it a class of b labels, and let's close the span right here. And now let's add some CSS to this. So we need to add some CSS to the b labels. So I'll just search for breadcrumbs CSS, and here let's type breadcrumbs, and we have this class of b labels, and in that we have the anchor tag. So let's type a colon not colon first child colon before. And what we are doing over here is that if it is not the first child, so if it is not the first label, then we are adding a comma. So let's type content and let's add a comma over here, and let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload, and now we can see we have this comma after the first label, and the links are also working all right. Right now let's add the title of the post over here. So for that let's go to our ID of post, and here let's change this to data colon post dot title, and let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload, and now we can see we have the correct title over here and all the content is displayed correctly. Let's go back to our list of posts and let's open this post right here, and we have the correct labels and the post title and all the things displayed over here. Let's go back and let's open one with no labels. So here we don't have any labels, so let's open this, and now we can see it says uncategorized. So everything is working all right. So with that we have added our post data to our single post page. Now in this video I'll show you how to display the latest posts over here inside a single post page. So here we can see we have the single post, and if you scroll down, here we have the recent post displayed over here, but these are static data. Now we will get the dynamic data from our blog post over here and add it over here. So we will do that in this video. Let's get started. Alright, here I'm in the dashboard of my Blogger website, and let's go here to theme and let's click on this arrow and let's click on edit HTML. And let's scroll down and go to the end of our theme code, and here we already have this code where we are getting the recent posts, and we are getting 3 posts over here, and we are adding that to the home page. So let's go ahead and add this inside an if condition so that it will only be executed when we are on the home page. So let's type less than b colon if, and for the condition let's type data colon view dot is home page. And let's close the if condition right here. And now let's create another if condition for when we are on a single page. So here we have this single post displayed over here. Now when we are on this page, we need to display the recent posts over here. So let's go back, and here let's add an if condition, and let's type if condition equals, and let's type data colon view dot is single item, and this will check whether we are on a single post page. And here let's go ahead and add the code to get the recent posts and display them over here just below the post. So I'll just copy this script tag from here and let's paste it over here. I'll just make some basic changes. The first thing we need to do is we need to get just 2 posts over here. So let's change this to max results of 2, and let's change the callback function name and let's call it populate recent posts, and let's create the function over here. So I'll just create a script tag. And now here we need to get the data from this script, and we have this function called populate recent posts. So let's create that function. Just type const populate recent posts equals, and we get some data, so I'll just call it data over here, and let's create this arrow function. Now in this, first of all, we need to reference the container division. So let's right click over here and go to inspect. And here we can see that we have this recent posts, and here we have this container with a class of recent posts container. So let's target that. Here just type const recent posts container equals document dot query selector, and here let's type dot recent posts container. And then if we scroll up here, we can see that we have almost the same code. We have this container division of post container, but here we have recent post container, and the rest of the code is similar. So let's copy this line of code from here for getting the entry from this data. So let's copy that and paste it right here. And let's copy this loop. So here we have this for each loop. So just copy all of this till here, and let's paste it over here. Now there are some things we need to change over here. So if you scroll down, here we have post container, so we need to change it to recent post container. And then here we have this class of service, and if you go back to our website, and if I right click over here and go to inspect, here we can see that we have this division with the class of card. So let's change service to card, and everything else is, I think, correct. Right now the next thing we will do is we will remove everything inside our recent post container. We will remove all the static data. So I'll just search for it. And here we have the recent post container. So I'll just delete all these card divisions from here. And now let's go ahead and click on save. And let's go back to our website and reload. And here the recent posts are not being displayed. So let's go back and let's see what's the problem. Let's scroll down. And I think we have some typo over here. So here we have the name typed incorrectly. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it over here. So here we had a typo, and we have one more typo over here. We have recent post container over here, and here we have recent post container. So I'll just change this to recent post container. And now let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that the recent posts are displayed over here, but we don't have the gap between these elements. That's because we had added a gap of 0 when we are on single post page. So if you right click over here and go to inspect, here if you go to the cards container, here we can see that the gap is set to 0 for single item, and for all the other types of pages we are setting the gap to 32 pixels. Now for the recent post container, we need to add a gap of 32 pixels over here, and we also need to add a gap for this card division. So we'll just add a gap of, let's try 24 pixels. I think that looks all right. So let's do that. Let's go back over here and let's go to our CSS, and let's search for the CSS for single item. And here we are setting the gap to 0. So let's type single item, and in that we have the cards container, and it also has a class of recent posts container. And if that is the case, then I will just go ahead and add a gap of 32 pixels. And let's also type single item cards container dot recent posts container card, and let's add a gap of 24 pixels. And let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see we have the correct gap for these posts, and everything is being displayed correctly. Let's click on one of these posts, and we are taken to that post over here, and we have the recent post displayed over here as well. So everything is being displayed correctly. Now the next thing we will do in this video is that we will display the recent comments over here. So for that, let's go ahead and add some comments to our posts. So these are just static content. So I'll just copy this comment from here, and I'll just add it over here. And let's click on publish. And if you scroll down here, we can see that our comment was published. Let's go ahead and add one more comment. I'll just type, "This is an amazing article, waiting for more." And let's click on publish. And now we can see that there are two comments in our website. So let's go ahead and display them over here on the right side in the sidebar. So for that, let's go back, and we need to display this sidebar in all the pages except the home page. So for that, let's go back over here and let's add an if condition. And here let's type b:if, and for the condition, let's type not data:view.is homepage. And let's close the if condition right here. And here we will display our recent comments. Now to get the recent comments, you can just go over here to feeds, and here we need to change this to comments, and here we need to change this to default. And now if you press enter, here we can see that the comments are displayed over here. And if you scroll down, here we have the entry, and in the entry we have all this content. So we have the content of the comment. So here we can see this is an amazing article, and here we have the link for the comment, and here we have the author name, and then we have another comment over here. So this is the previous comment. Here we have the content displayed, and here we have the link and the author. So let's go back to our source code, and here let's copy this script from here, and let's paste it inside here, and let's change posts to comments, and let's change summary to default, and the max results should be 2. So let's keep it as it is. And for the callback function, let's change this to populate recent comments, and let's create the function over here. So let's create a script tag, and here let's type const populate recent comments, and we get some data. I'll just call it data, and let's create this arrow function. Now let's get all the comments from this data. So it is just like the post, we have everything inside the entry. So let's type const comments equals data.feed.entry. Now let's target the comments container. So I'll just search for it. So I'll just type recent comments, and here we have the recent comments division. So in the recent comments, we have this division with the class of recent comments, and in that we have this widget content division, and in that we have the cards. So just delete one of these cards, and let's copy this card from here, or I'll just cut it from here, and let's add it to our JavaScript. So here first of all, let's target the container division. So I'll just type container equals document.querySelector, and let's type recent comments, and in that we have the widget content. Right now let's loop through all the comments. So I'll just type comments dot for each, and for each of the comment I'll just name it comment, and let's create an arrow function over here. And here first of all, I'll just create the HTML. So I'll just type const comment HTML equals, and let's add it inside backticks, and let's paste the HTML over here. And then we need to add these cards to the recent comments container. So we have this const named container. So I'll just type container.innerHTML equals, or let's type plus equals because we need to add multiple comments, and let's type comment HTML, which we are getting from here. Right now let's extract the details. So we need to get the link, we need to get the name of the commenter and the content of the comment. So here inside the for each, let's create const for all of that. Let's type const author equals, and let's see how the author is fetched. So let's go back to our JSON feed, and here if you scroll down and go to entry, here we have the author, and in the author we have the name, and the author is basically an array. So we need to get the first element of the author, and from that we need to get the name, and in the name we have $T. So this is basically the commenter's name. So let's go back and let's type comment, which is this comment right here, dot author, and the first item in the array dot name dot $T, So this is the author name. And then we need to get the content. So let's type const content equals comment dot, and let's go back over here. And here we have the content inside content, and in that we have the dollar symbol $T. So let's type comment dot content dot dollar symbol $T. And then lastly we need to get the link. So let's type const post URL equals comment dot, and let's go back over here. And here we have the link, and from the link we need to find the href where the rel is alternate. So for that we need to go back and we need to type link dot find, and here we need to type link, and we need to check whether link dot rel is equal to alternate, and from that we need to get the href. Right now we have the post URL, the content, and the author, and let's add them over here. So here for the link, let's type dollar symbol curly braces, and let's type post URL. And here for the author name, let's type dollar symbol curly braces author. And then for the content, so here let's go ahead and delete all of this, and here let's go ahead and type dollar symbol curly braces, and let's type content. Right now let's go ahead and click on save, and let's see whether everything works all right. Let's go back to our website, and let's reload this page. And here we can see that our comments are displayed, and we have the 2 comments that we just added displayed over here. So the comments are also being fetched dynamically. Alright, here I'm in the dashboard of my Blogger website, and let's go over here to theme, and let's click on this arrow, and let's click on edit HTML. Now let's go ahead and search for the contact section. So we have this text still have questions, so I'll just search for that. And let's go over here and let's search for the term, and here's the contact form. Now let's go ahead and create a B section over here just after this container division. So here let's type less than B colon section, and let's give it an ID of contact form container. You can name this anything you want, and let's close the B section over here. And now we need to create a widget. So let's type less than B colon widget, and here we need to set the type of the widget to contact form, and then we need to add an ID. So I'll just type contact form 1. So let's type contact form 1, and let's self close this widget, and let's click on save. Now when we save this, we will have some auto generated code by Blogger, because this contact form widget is already built in Blogger. So let's go ahead and click on save, and here we can see that this code has been generated by Blogger. So this is the contact form widget, and now we need to go ahead and get the details from here, and we need to add it instead of this design, and we need to add this whole design code into the includable of the widget. So here we can see we have this includable, and let's go ahead and make some space over here, and I'll just copy and paste this code. So we need to have this whole code over here, so I'll just copy and paste it inside here. Now here this heading and this paragraph will remain the same. Now for the form, let's go ahead and see what is displayed in the form over here. So here for the form we have this name, so I'll just copy this name from here, and I'll just paste it over here. I'll just remove this action and paste the name. Then we have the input field, so let's scroll down, and here we can see for the input field we have this input field. So I'll just copy this, and I'll just paste it over here. So we have this placeholder of full name, so we need to add that. So let's paste the code over here, and we need to keep all of this as it is, and let's set the placeholder. So I'll just type placeholder, and we need to set it to full name. So let's type full name, and let's remove this class, we don't need it. And then we have this email input field, so let's scroll down, and let's copy this one from here. We have this input field, so let's copy this, and let's remove this. We need to add the placeholder email, so let's remove this, and here let's go ahead and remove this class, and let's add a placeholder, and let's type email, and let's scroll down, and then we have the message. So for that we have this text area over here, so let's copy this and let's paste it over here. So we need to add this placeholder of your message, and here let's remove this class, and let's type placeholder, and let's type your message, and then we have this button. And if you scroll down here for the button, we have this input, and we have this type of button. So let's copy this, and let's paste it over here. So we have this class of btn over here, but we need to make some changes in that. So first of all, let's copy this button, and then after that we have these two paragraphs for the error message and the success message. So let's go ahead and copy this division from here, and let's go ahead and paste it over here just after this button. And let's go ahead and remove this styling. So right now it is set to text align center, max width of 222 pixels and width of 100%. I don't think we need to have all these styles, so I'll just delete all of this, and we will add some styles as needed. And then we have this paragraph, and for the paragraph we have this class, and I think we have some styles already added by Blogger for this class. So I'll just go ahead and delete this class from here. We don't want any default styles from Blogger. I'll just remove the class of this success message as well, and we'll add some custom styles over here. Alright, so now let's go ahead and delete all the unnecessary code. So let's remove all of this. We have added all of them to our design. So let's remove everything till the end of the includable, till here. And now we can see that we have this custom design for the form. Now we can also go ahead and delete this design code that we have over here. So let's delete all of this, and let's also remove this end of this container div from here, and we need to add it after this B section. So here after the B section, let's add the end div tag. Alright, now let's go ahead and click on save, and let's see what we have. And let's go back to our website and reload. And this is how our contact form looks right now. So we have almost everything looking just like we want. We just have to style this button. And now if we click on this send button, we can see that we have this error message, and we need to style this as well. And let's add some valid details. And now let's click on send. And now we can see we have this status displayed over here, and the message was sent. Now this message will be sent to your email associated with your Blogger account. Now let's go ahead and style this button. So if we take a look at this code, here we can see that for the button we have an input with the type of button. Let's go to our CSS. So let's search for contact. And here we can see that for the button, we have this .btn class. So we need to remove this, and we need to target the input with the type of button. Now since we have removed the btn class, we also need to add the styles from the btn class over here. So let's search for .btn, and let's copy all this CSS from here. And we also need to copy this hover effect. So I'll just copy all of this, and let's go to our contact, and here I'll just paste the CSS, and let's copy all these styles from here, and let's paste it over here. And now we need to add this hover effect. So here for the button hover, let's change this to form input with a type of button hover, and let's remove this selector. And now let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that our button is displayed over here, but we have some problems in the styling. So let's right click over here and go to inspect. And here we can see that if you scroll down, we have some styles added by the theme itself. So we have the height set to 24 pixels, and we also have this line height set to 24 pixels. So we need to remove these two styles from here. So we need to unset the height and the line height. Let's go back over here, and let's type line height unset and height unset, and let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that the button looks alright. Let's click on this send button, and it looks alright. Let's add some details, and let's click on send. And everything is working alright for this button. Now let's go ahead and style the error and the success messages, and we'll also add the text send message over here. So let's go back. Let's go to our ID of contact, And here let's go ahead and change the value. So right now it is set to expression, so let's change this to a simple value. And here let's go ahead and change this to send message. Right now let's add some styles over here for these error and success messages. First of all, for this container div, let's add some inline style. So I'll just type text align to the left. And let's add some styles over here for these paragraphs as well. So let's type style equals, let's set the font size to 14 pixels. Let's set the color to red for this error message. And let's set the display to flex and align items to the center so that the icon is displayed correctly. And let's add a gap of 16 pixels. And let's set the border to none. And let's also set the background color to transparent. And let's remove the box shadow. So right now if we click on this, we can see that we also have this box shadow. So let's remove that as well. I'll just type box shadow, unset. Right now let's copy these styles from here and let's add it to the success message. And here we will go ahead and change the color of the text to green. And I think everything else will be as it is. So let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And here now let's click on this send message. And here we can see we have this error message with our custom styling. Let's send some actual message. So let's type test. And let's click on send message. And here we can see that all the message notifications are displayed in the correct color and styling that we added. So with that, we have completed the contact form of our Blogger website. Now in this video, I'll show you how to add translation button to this website. So we will add a simple Google Translate button over here, and we can select a language, and this whole website will be translated to that language. And you can use the same technique to add translation to any other website you want. In this video, we will add it to our Blogger website. So let's get started. So let's go to our dashboard and let's go to theme and let's click on this arrow and let's click on edit HTML. And the first thing we need to do is we need to get the script of Google Translate and we need to add it to the head of our website. So this is where the head tag starts, and let's just fold this, and this is where the head ends. So here I'll just create a script tag, and in this script tag we will add an src, and here we will add the link of Google Translate. So it will be /translate.google.com/translate_a/element.js. And then we need to add some params. So let's add a question mark and let's type cb equals, and here we need to add the name of the function. So I'll just call it Google Translate element init, and let's set the type to text JavaScript. So this will basically link the Google Translate element to our website, and this code specifies that this function, which is called Google Translate element init, should run after the script has loaded. So now let's create this function. So I'll just create a script tag over here in the head, and let's create the function. I'll just type function, and it is called Google Translate element init. Now here in this function we need to type new google.translate.translate element, and in that we need to add some options. So let's add an object, and here we need to type page language, and right now the page language is English, so let's type en, and then we need to specify the type of the layout. So let's type layout, and let's set it to google.translate.translate element.inline layout.simple. So this is basically how the layout of the Google Translate widget will look. Now there is one more layout called horizontal, so you can try that as well. But for now, I'll just type simple. And then the next argument is basically the element which displays the widget. So we can add the ID name over here. So I'll just type Google_translate_element. So this will be the ID of the element. Right now I need to create a div with this ID, and it will display the Google Translate element. So let's scroll down and let's go to the body. And here I'll just create a div and let's give it a class of container. So it will have the correct max width. And we'll also add some extra styles over here. So let's type style. And first of all, let's set the position to fixed because we want the Google Translate element to stay at the top along with this nav bar. So let's set the position to fixed, and we'll set the left value to 0 and right value to 0. So it will have the full width that it can. And I'll just set the top value to 90 pixels. And I just calculated these values. You can experiment with these values and enter your recommended values over here. Right now in this, I'll just create a div, and let's give it an ID of this same ID right here. So I'll just copy this and paste it over here, and let's close the ID. Now the content of this ID will be populated by this function right here. So now let's go ahead and click on save, and let's see how it works. So let's go back to our website and reload, and the Google Translate element is not being displayed. So let's right click over here and go to inspect, and let's see what's the error. So let's go to console. And here we can see it says uncaught type error, and it cannot read properties of undefined simple. So let's go back to our code and let's see what's the problem. Alright, so here for inline layout, I should be capital. So let's change this to capital I, and let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that we have this Google Translate widget displayed over here, and we can select any language you want. So let's go ahead and select a language. So I'll just click on this arrow and let's select another language. I'll just select Hindi. And now we can see that the whole website has been translated into Hindi. And let's select another language. So I'll just select, let's try Greek. And here we can see that it is translated into Greek. And now we need to customize the UI of this, and we need to hide this top bar that we see over here. So let's do all of that. First of all, let's right click over here and go to inspect, and let's see what is the selector. So here we can see that we have this iframe which is inside the skip translate division. So we need to target the iframe inside skip translate, and we need to hide it. So let's go back and let's go to the CSS, and here at the end of the CSS, let's add some styles. So let's type skip translate, and in that we have the iframe, and let's set the display to none. And let's go ahead and click on save, and let's reload this page. And now we can see that the top bar is not being displayed. Now let's bring this translate element to the right side. So for that, let's go back and let's add some styles. So here we can see we have this division, and we have given it an ID of Google Translate element. So let's copy this ID and let's add that over here. So I'll just type hash because it is an ID, and let's paste it over here. And let's go ahead and set the position to absolute, and it will be positioned relative to this container because we have set the position to fixed over here. And let's set the right position to 0, so it will be on the right side. So now let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that the Google Translate widget is on the right side. Now the next thing we will do is we will stop this logo from being translated, and there may be some other text in your website which you don't want to translate. So for that, you can go back to your website and you can add a simple class to that. So let's go to our logo, and here for the logo, let's add a class, and we can name the class no translate. And now if you save this, and if you go back to our website and reload, now we can see that the logo is not being translated and everything else is translated. So in this way, you can stop any of the text of your website from being translated. Right now, let's add some more styles to this. So we will display the logo on the left side and the language on the right side. So for that, let's right click over here and go to inspect, and let's see how it is structured. So here we can see that we have this element, we have this div, and it has this class name of Google TE gadget simple. So let's copy this class name from here, and we need to add a display of flex. So now we can see that the logo and the language are side by side. So let's do that, and we'll also add some padding. So let's add a padding of 4 pixels, and we'll just set the border to none and align items to the center. So let's copy these classes to our selector. So we have copied this Google TE gadget simple. So let's go ahead and paste it in our CSS, and let's add a dot over here because this is a class name. And let's go ahead and copy these styles from here, and let's add it over here, and let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload, and the styles are not being added. So let's go back over here and let's make it more specific. So I'll just add this selector over here as well. So it is inside this Google Translate element division. So now let's save this, and let's reload this page. Now we can see that the styles are being added. Now we need to display this arrow on the right side as well. So let's right click over here and go to inspect. Now let's target the anchor tag. So we have a span inside the Google Translate element. So in the span we have this anchor tag. So let's target that, and let's set the display to flex. So let's go back over here and let's type Google Translate element, and I'll also copy this class, and in that we have a span, and in that we have an anchor tag. So let's set the display to flex, and let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload, and now we can see that it looks alright. So everything is working alright. We'll also bring this to the top of all the other elements. So for that, let's go back over here, and here for this container, let's set a z index, and let's set it to 800, and let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload, and now we can see it is above all the other elements. And let's go ahead and change the language. Let's change this to, let's try Japanese, and now we can see that our website is in Japanese. And you can go ahead and open any other page you want, and it will be translated automatically. So let's go ahead and open this link. So now we can see that everything is being translated into Japanese, and you can go ahead and change this to horizontal as well. So let's go back over here and let's change this to horizontal, and I think we need to change the class name as well. So let's go back and reload, and now this is horizontal, and we can go ahead and select any language from here. And you can go ahead and style this just like we did for the other element. So you can go ahead and select this element by going to inspector and check out the classes and add the styles just like we did for the other element. I'll just go back to simple. So that's basically how you can add Google Translate to your website. So in this video, I'll show you how to set the title of our Blogger website. So right now it says welcome, and even if you go to any of these posts, it says welcome over here. So we have the same title throughout our website. Now we're going to add different titles to different pages. So if you go to, for example, view all posts, here it should say like all posts or something like that. And if you go to some of these label archive, we should have some different title over here displaying the label name. So we will do all of that in this video. Let's get started. Now before starting with our title, let's go ahead and make some changes to the styling of this text over here. So right now we have this border, and I don't think it looks nice for our website. So let's right click over here and go to inspect, and let's see how it is structured. So here we have this message body, and after that we have this message border. So we need to remove that. So if I set the border to none, we can see that the border is removed. And then we can also add some margin bottom to this, and I think we can set the font size a little lower. So let's tap font size, and let's try 14 pixels, or let's try 16 pixels. I think that looks alright. So we will do all of this, and I think let's change the background color to white, and let's see how it looks. And this is how it looks with white background color, and this also looks alright. Let's change this to a different, let's try F0, F0, F0. Let's also add some padding. Let's type padding of 12 pixels. Alright, now let's add some margin bottom to this wrapper. So status MSG wrapper. And let's add a margin bottom of, let's try 60 pixels. Alright, let's add all these changes to our theme code. So let's go back over here and let's go to theme. Let's click on edit HTML, and let's go to the end of our CSS and let's add our custom CSS for the titles of our archive pages. So here I'll just go ahead and copy the selector. So for status MSG wrap, let's add a dot and let's paste it over here, and let's set the margin bottom to 60 pixels. And then we have status MSG body. So let's copy the selector and let's paste it over here. And in this we need to add font size of 16, background, and this padding. So let's copy all of this, let's paste it over here. And then we need to remove the border. So let's go over here to this selector. We have status MSG border and we need to remove the border. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here, and let's type border none, and let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back to our website and reload, and now we can see it looks alright. Let's go to the search page. So let's search for something. Let's search for image, and for the search results also we have the same styling, so everything looks alright. Right now let's go ahead and change the titles of different pages. So let's go back to our template code. Let's scroll up and let's go to the title. So right now the title is set to welcome, so this is a static title. Let's remove this and let's add some titles dynamically. First of all, let's tab b:if and let's set the condition to data:blog.homepage URL equals data:blog.url. so this will see whether the current URL is the homepage URL. And let's go ahead and close the if condition right here. And here let's set the title, and let's set the title to data:blog.page title. And let's save this. Let's see how it looks. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that the title is being displayed over here. So if you go back to the dashboard of your website, so this is my dashboard, and let's go to settings. And here we can see we have the title. So you can change this title over here and it will be reflected in this title right here. So let's change the title to Live Blogger Official and let's see whether it changes. And let's click on save. Let's go back over here and reload. And now we can see that the title says Live Blogger Official. So it is working alright. Now if you go to this list of posts, here we can see that we have the title set to the URL. So we need to change that. So let's go back, and here let's add an else. Let's tab b:else, and let's tab b:if, and let's set the condition to something different than the homepage URL. So first of all, we'll set the condition for a single item. So let's open this one right here, and let's go back over here. So let's type data:blog.pageType in, and here let's type item or static page. So this will check whether we are on a single page or a single post. And let's close the if condition right here, and here let's add a title, and let's set the title to data:blog.pageName, and let's add a hyphen, and then let's type data:blog.title. So this will set the page name over here, and after that it will set the blog title. So let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back over here and reload. And now we can see that the title says best image generation tools out there, and after that we have a hyphen and we have the name of our website. So it is working alright. It will work the same for any single page you have as well. Right now let's go ahead and add the title for the labels archive. So let's open technology. So here we can see all the posts with the label technology is being displayed over here. So let's add a title for that. Let's go back over here, and here let's add an else. So let's type b:else, and let's add a if condition over here. Let's close the if condition right here, and for the condition let's type data:view.is label search, and here let's set the title to posts tagged, and here let's add the label name. So for that you can just type data blog dot search label, and then let's add the title of our blog. So let's type data blog dot title, and let's close the title tag over here, and let's see whether this works. Let's click on save, and let's go back over here and reload. And now we can see it says posts tagged technology, and then we have the title of our blog. So this will display the label name and this will display the title. Right now let's do the same for the search. So if you search for something, let's type image, and let's add the title for this. Let's go back, and here let's add an else, and let's create an if condition. Let's close the if condition right here, and for the condition let's type data view dot is search, and here for the title let's go ahead and type search results for, and here let's type data blog dot search query, and let's add a hyphen, and let's add the data blog dot title tag over here, so it will display the blog title. And let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back over here and reload, and now we can see it says search results for, and then we have the search term, and then we have the title of our blog. Right now let's add the title for the 404 page. So let's add some random URL over here, and right now it says this link over here, so we need to add a custom title over here. So here let's add another else, so just type b else, and let's add an if condition over here, and let's close the if condition, and here let's add the title, and for the condition we need to type data blog dot page type, and let's see whether it is an error page. So let's type error page over here, and here let's type page not found, and let's add the blog title. So let's type blog title over here, and let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload, and now we can see it says page not found, live blogger official, and everything is working all right. Let's go to the home page. We have the correct title over here. Let's go to one of these posts. We have the correct title over here as well. Right now if you go to the list of all the posts, we need to have a different title over here. So right now it says search results for, and we have this error over here. So for that let's go back, and we need to add it differently because this is basically a search page, and we're not adding any search query over here, but this is basically a search page. So let's add an if condition right here, and for the condition let's go ahead and type data blog dot page type in index. So if it is an index page, which means a list of posts, and data blog dot page name equals blank. So if this is the case, which means it is this page with a list of all the posts, then for now I'll just type all posts over here. Let's see whether this works. Let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload, and here we can see it says all posts, and let's go to the search page. Let's search for something, and here we can see it says search results for image. So here let's also add the blog title. So let's type hyphen data blog dot title, and let's save this. Let's go back to our website, and here it works all right. Let's go to a list of all the blog posts, and here it says all posts. So everything is working all right. So in this way you can add different titles based on your page in your Blogger website. Here if you go to this view all posts button, right now we can see that all the posts of our website are displayed over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to display just 10 or 15 posts over here, and we will add a button called load more posts, and then we'll display the next set of posts. So we will do that in this video. Let's get started. Now before getting started with our load more posts button, I'll just go ahead and fix some issues that we have. So if you go to the home page, here we can see that it has this title called all posts, and then we have this blog title. Now for the home page, we just need to have this blog title. We don't need to have all posts displayed over here. And if you go to all posts, then here we need to display all posts over here. So let's fix that. Let's go back to our theme code. Let's go here to theme, and let's click on edit HTML. And here we can see that we have added this condition called if data blog page type is index and data blog page name is blank. And here we will add one more condition that it is not the home page. So let's type and data blog dot homepage URL is not equal to data blog dot URL. So this will check whether the current URL is not equal to the homepage URL. Right now, let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now here we can see we have just the blog title displayed over here. And if you go to all posts, here we have this title all posts, so it is working all right. Now here in the all posts page, if you go to the mobile version, this is how it looks. We have different width for different images in the thumbnail. So here we can see we have a lot lesser width. So let's set a fixed width for all these thumbnails in the smaller version. So let's go back to our theme code. Let's go back over here and let's see what is the selector called. So let's right click over here and go to inspect. And here we have the selector called post container blog list card image. So let's copy this. And let's go back to our theme code. Let's search for this. And here we have the code. So let's change the width 100% to, let's try 140 pixels. Let's see how it looks. Let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. Let's go to the smaller version, and now we can see we have the correct width for all these thumbnails. So now let's go ahead and start with our load more posts button. And for that, let's go back to our theme code and let's go to the view all posts button. So let's search for view all posts. Right now here we have this URL set to homepage/search. And here we'll add one more param called max results equals, and let's try 15. And let's click on save. And now let's go to the place where we are displaying the posts. So let's search for name equals posts. So we have name equals post over here, and here we have the navigation. Let's remove this and let's add our own code over here. So let's go ahead and type less than b : if, and let's add a condition over here. Let's close the b : if right here. And here in the condition, let's type data : older page URL. So this will check whether we have more posts to display. So if we have, then we'll just display a button. So let's create an anchor tag. And in the anchor tag, let's go ahead and type load more posts. And let's close the anchor tag over here. And here in the href, let's change this to an expression. And we will use the built-in variable that Blogger has called data : older page URL. And let's also add the button that we have in our website. So let's type class equals, and we have a class called btn, and we also have a class called outline. So let's add these two classes over here so that we have the correct styling for the button. And let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. Let's go to our home page and let's click on the view all posts button. So now we can see we have this max results of 15, and if you scroll down, here we have the load more posts button. So let's also add a margin top. So here I'll just add an inline style. So let's type style equals margin top of 32 pixels, and let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And here we have this load more posts button, and right now the list of blogs starts from how to make your life easy with ChatGPT. So let's click on this button. And here we can see that we have the next set of posts displayed over here. And if you take a look at the URL, we can see that it has max results of 15 and it starts from 15. So it starts from the next blog post. Let's scroll down, and I had already added some more posts to our website. So let's click on load more posts. And now we can see that we have the next set of results. And if we go over here to the URL, we can see that it starts from 30 and we have 15 results being displayed. Let's scroll down, and now we can see that we don't have the load more post button displayed over here. That's because this is the last post in our website. So if you go back to our dashboard, and here we can see we have 45 posts in total, and if you scroll down, this is the last post and we have this thumbnail. So it is indeed the last post over here, and everything else is working all right. So that's basically how you can add load more posts button to your Blogger website. In this video, I'll show you how to style the comments section of your Blogger theme. So let's go to one of these posts and let's see whether we have any comments. Let's open this one right here and let's scroll down, and here we have the comments section. Let's add a comment. So I'll just tap amazing article and let's click on publish. So now if you scroll down, here we can see that the comment was added, and we can also add a reply. So I'll just add a reply from this account itself. So let's type reply, and here let's type thanks. And now if you scroll down, here we can see that we have these two comments, and we have this comment and we have this reply. Now let's go ahead and see how to style this, and we'll not make a huge difference in the styling, but we'll just add some basic styling. So let's get started. Now before styling the comment section, let's go ahead and fix this load more post button that we have over here. So if you go to the index page, so if you go back over here, here we can see that this is the index page where we have a list of posts displayed. And if you scroll down, here we have the load more post button. But if you open one of these posts, we don't want to see that. So if I open this post right here, and if you scroll down, here also we have the load more post button. So let's go ahead and hide this in this single post page. So we'll just display it in a page where we have multiple items displayed. So further, let's go back to our theme code. Let's click on edit HTML. And let's go to this button. So we have this text called load more posts. So let's search for that. And here we can see we have this condition where if we have an older page, then we have this button displayed. Now let's go ahead and add one more condition over here. So let's type less than b colon if, and for the condition, let's go ahead and type data colon view dot is multiple items. So this will only be shown on a page where multiple items are displayed. So let's close the if condition right here, and I'll just add a tab. All right, now let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website. Let's go ahead and reload this page, and now we can see that the load more post button is not being displayed over here. Let's go to the list of posts, and if you scroll down, here we have the load more post button. So it is working all right. Now the next thing you can do is you can go ahead and add the links of these menu items over here. So right now we had set it to go to the different sections of our home page. Now you can go ahead and change these links to go to the actual page. So for that, you can go back to your theme code and you can access this menu items section. So if you just right click over here and go to inspect, here we can see that we have this division with the class of menu items. So you can just search for that. I'll just type menu items. So here we have these menu items, and you can go ahead and change these links over here. So for the link of blog, you can change it to the link of this button. So here we can see that we have the link of the button being displayed. So you can just copy the link address and add that over here. And in the same way, you can go ahead and change the links of these different menu items. You can create pages for these and add the links of those pages over here. All right, now let's go ahead and start with the styling of our comment section. So if you go back to our website and if you open this post, and if you scroll down, and here we have this comment section, let's right click over here and go to inspect. And here we can see that we have this division with an ID of comments. So let's target this. So the first thing we will do is we will add a background color, and we'll add some padding and also some margin top. So let's access that. Let's go to our CSS, and here let's add a comment. I'll just type comments section, and here let's type hash comments because it is an ID. And here let's add a background color of F8, F6, F6, and let's add a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom, 32 pixels left and right, and let's also set a margin top of 32 pixels. And let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now here we can see we have this comment section with our current styles. Alright, now let's go ahead and style this comment block. So this is a block, this is another block. So let's right click over here and go to inspect. And let's see how it is structured. So here we can see we have this division with the class of comment block. So let's add some styles for that. Let's target this division. So if you go over here to the right side, here we can see that it has comments, and in that we have comment block. So I'll just add some styles over here and let's copy and paste it to our theme code. So here let's add a background color of white, and let's add a padding of 16 pixels. Right now let's go ahead and copy these, and first of all let's copy this selector and let's paste it over here. And let's go back to our inspector and let's copy these two lines of CSS and let's paste it over here, and let's save this. Let's go back to our website, and the next thing we will do is we will display these two elements, the name and this date, on the extreme left and right sides. So let's right click over here and go to inspect, and for that we have this division with the class of comment header. So for the comment header we can simply go ahead and add a display of flex, and let's set the justify content to space between. So let's do that. Let's copy these two lines of CSS and let's select this comment header class. So here let's type comment header and let's paste the CSS and let's save this. Let's go back to our website and reload. Let's also go ahead and decrease the size of this text. So let's right click and go to inspect. And here if we select this span, we can see that we have this selector right here, comments, comments content, and date time. And let's set the font size to 14 pixels. Let's go ahead and copy this selector. Let's paste it over here. And let's set the font size to 14 pixels. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will style this image and we'll just make it round. So let's right click over here and go to inspect. And here for this avatar image container, let's set the border radius to 50%. And now we can see we have this round shape. So let's copy this selector and let's paste it over here. And let's type border radius of 50%. Right now the next thing we will do is we will target these buttons. So let's right click and go to inspect. And here we have this span with a class of comment actions. So let's go ahead and add some styles for that. So let's go ahead and type padding top and let's set it to 8 pixels. And it is not being added, so I think it is not a display of inline block or block. I think it's a display of inline. So let's set the display to inline block. And now we can see that the padding top is being added. Let's also add a border top of 1 pixel solid, and let's add dark gray color. And we'll also set a margin top and let's set it to 4 pixels. We'll also add some space between these two buttons. So for that, let's change the display to flex. And let's go ahead and type gap of 8 pixels. And let's type align items to the center. So let's copy all these tiles and add it to comment actions. So here let's go ahead and type comment actions. And let's go back to our inspector and let's copy these tiles. And let's paste them over here. Let's click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And this is how it looks. Let's also style these buttons. So let's right click and go to inspect. And for the buttons, we have this selector. So let's copy this and paste it over here. And let's add some styles over here. So right now the padding top is set to 5 pixels for this by default. So I'll just set it to 0. And let's add some more styles over here. Let's add a background color of, let's try var, and I think we have accent color. So let's add that. And then let's set the color of the text to white. Let's set the font size to 14 pixels. Let's set the border radius to 32 pixels. Let's set a padding of 2 pixels top and bottom and 8 pixels left and right. And I think that's basically it with the styling of the buttons. So let's copy these styles from here. And I think the padding top is not required because we are adding the padding over here. So I'll just copy these lines of CSS from here and let's paste it right here. And let's go ahead and click on save. Let's go back to our website and reload. And now we can see that our comment section is being displayed correctly. So that's basically how you can style the comment section of your Blogger website. You can go ahead and add other styles over here as well to make it look the way you want it to look. I'm just going to leave it at this. So that's basically it for this video. If you have any doubts, you can ask in the comments below. And if you like this video, please click on the like button and subscribe to this channel to get the latest video updates. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a nice day.